So yeah, here we are on Happy Jacks. Chris, take it away.
Hi, welcome. I'm very excited to be here with all of you. I'm Chris, and I wrote a game called Defy the Gods that we're going to play tonight. And yeah, it's a sword and sorcery adventure romance with a lot of queer themes, and it's set in a sort of ancient Mesopotamia type world around a vast central sea ruled by jealous gods and cruel tyrants who want to destroy you. And you cling tightly to each other's hearts as you spiral upward toward your most glorious, monstrous selves. Anybody else want to introduce themselves?
Vixie, why don't you go first since you're remote as well? I know through the magic of television,
you got me. I was sitting there like, nose. No, it's me.
Oh, hey.
Anyway. Hey everybody, it's me, Vixie Bell. I'm your friendly neighborhood player here at the Happy Jacks table. I'm super excited to play this game. My character is not from ancient Sumer though. Hint, hint. Anyway, I'm excited. Yes, I'm excited to be playing Millis Kudu, who is, I believe she is the Wolfling playbook. So yeah. And I'm going to pass the ball over to the guy with writing all over his face. Jason.
Hi, that's me. I'm Jason. I am going to be playing the Sorcerer playbook. His name is Tirigan. And also, I just have to do a quick shout out for Pooja, who did all the writing on my face for this very quick costume that I pulled together. And I'm the Sorcerer now.
We love quick drag.
Oh, always.
Fantastic.
Pooja, go.
Hello, I am Pooja, and I will be playing Jumuz, they, them, who is the Revenant. I have come back.
A dinosaur story?
At the turn of the tide?
Through the messy, horrific process of returning from the underworld. I've come back a new person. And awesome. I don't quite know who that is yet. And I would really, really love to find out.
New year, new you.
That's right.
New body, new me.
New body, who this?
There it is.
Oh,
God. Hey, everybody. I'm Joey, he, him, and I am playing Enurix, who is he, they, and they are the vessel. So I am in love with a patron of a minor deity, a minor god, who has been changed horrifically, but I can fix him. Mm-hmm. I can fix him.
Yeah.
Or I will destroy the world trying.
I wanted to. I have to have a moment of honesty here. I really thought this week I was making a character who was more extra than Joey's character. And I know I flew too close to the sun. How dare I? But I thought I had a shot.
You know what? You still have never stop trying. Never stop growing.
Yeah.
But let's be real that this side of the table.
We're a lot.
Yeah. I'm really just known as the bad boy of Hype High, but kudos to both of you. And Vixie's character as well. This is going to be great.
Oh, I'm from the woods.
Yeah.
Should I introduce the world a little bit?
Yeah,
yes, please.
How we constructed it before airing. So the world is ruled by a pantheon of gods, goddesses, and demons, and we know about four of them. One is Suket, who's the god of death, the moon, endings, and gates. And another is Ahikibani, who is the god of decay, mountains, transformation, and graveyards, who is in constant conflict over the conflict in domains with Suket. There's also Aronu, the god of the law, the sun, abundance, and locks, and Nuda, the goddess of wisdom, wells, springs, history, and writing. They rule the cosmos. They made this world. They made human beings. But before human beings, they made their favorite children, the people of Atlantis, the Atlanteans, who were wiser and more and smarter, more beautiful than us. But then they discovered or invented sorcery, and the gods destroyed them utterly. And you could still find their ruins in lonely places out in the wilds, but they are completely gone. They through the ruins and their lingering shadow of the world, they want to live again. But then the gods made humans who were mostly not going to cause any problems, it seemed, but that's starting to change.
Humans famously obedient.
Yeah. The you live in a city called Jadu. It's an independent city-state, one of several ringing this vast sea that we all border on, and it is a city on the coast, but also between two rivers. It is known for producing reeds, papyrus, rope, and reeds. But the secret city has a brisk trade in Atlantean artifacts, writings, and culture. It's ruled by a feuding collection of wealthy families, and it has a lighthouse, and eggs are sacred to them. They have a big public dance once a year, a big civic ceremony. The city is ringed by the wilds, which is full of gigantic creatures that want to destroy the city, and the city in its turn wants to encroach on the territory of the wild creatures. Gigantic wolves and boar and lions and sphinx and aurochs, and that is a vast trackless reed marsh and forest that is most of the world, and other terrain. That's the world. Above the mortal realm are the gods and the stars, and below the flat plane of mortal world is the underworld. If you dig down far enough, you will get to it. And as Dumas found out, you can also dig your way back up. So that's our world, sort of rapid fire. Why don't we go around and have each person introduce their characters in more detail?
Sure.
And then we can ask some relationship questions and get going.
Real quick, so I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah.
The underworld, like you could literally, like if you dig a hole deep enough,
you
would
go far enough,
fall into the
you'll
underworld.
get there.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Everything's physical in this game. Like, it's all real. The gods sometimes walk the earth, you know?
And are we talking about like sort of even pre-medieval times, like ancient for fashion and styles and technology and all that kind of stuff?
Right, like this is dawn of writing level Mesopotamia with clay tablets. Most people can't read or write, but the ones who do incise things on clay tablets. However, the Atlanteans left behind these scrolls made of a silvery substance that we can't reproduce that have written writing on them, much like Tyrrgon's face and body. And only sorcerers and a few others can even understand that writing. So it's like chariots, and nobody's like riding a horse, you know, and massive stones or clay mud brick to build city walls, megalithic things. The ruins of Atlantis are more lacy with long pillars and arches and glass, and we don't have that. We've got like these big blocky things, and the poorer houses are made of unfired mud brick. So that's sort of where we're at.
Cool.
Bronze, a lot of bronze.
Yeah. Okay. Bronze Age. Right. Okay. That's super clear. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't like to separate like you know, stone, bronze, iron, but
yeah,
that's basically what we're talking about.
Yeah.
If this was, we were playing Civ 5 right now.
Yeah. What period of Civ 5 are we in? Yeah.
Oh God.
Vixie, do you want to go first again?
Do I?
It was a question. I'm not running anything. I'm just trying to keep things moving.
That face says.
Pouty
That face says.
Anyway.
No.
Goes.
Oh no, I love your character. You should totally go first.
Yes. No, it's totally fine. I was just thinking about how I'm going to beat up the copper merchant later. Anyway, yes. So like I said, I'm playing Millis Kudu. She's known as Millie. to her friends, because it's just easier to pronounce since the language is not a natural one here in the world. Yes, and what would you like to know about Millie? 'Cause
Well,
my
if you just want
just
to
kind of
read
yeah.
off the things that you chose from the pick list or
Oh, yes.
added for each of those items.
Yes, she was a foundling. She was found by a wolf clan in the wilds, and she was actually raised by wolves. Quite literally, she is from the woods. She was raised in the wilds. She's not from around here. She's got big, brown, watchful, and staring eyes that seem to see further. Like it's a far stare, kind of like someone who sees beyond like what's up close and personal to them, but has an awareness of like what's around them, in the same way that many animals might in terms of like sensing danger. She's very lean and muscular. She's not she doesn't have a lot of like weight on her because she's very active and doesn't eat like I guess she doesn't eat the same as like humans do necessarily.
Raw meat.
Her her clothing is comprised of like furs and linens because I would assume that now that she's had contact with other humans at this point, she probably has like some rough hewn like linens that are belted with rope, um furs that cover her, that she's like gathered from her clan, as well as a mask in the shape of a wolf.
What were you raised by animals or
Awesome.
something?
Awesome.
Yep, exactly. There's a whole movie about that, actually. No. She has a very enthusiastic personality. When she's super into something, she's super into it, to the point of where she might have to be held back in some instances.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Cool.
That's a little bit about Millie. And I know we're doing relationship questions after, right?
Yeah, let's all introduce and then we'll do relationship questions.
Awesome. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I would love to share. She's definitely a nonconformist. She's unfailingly honest. She pretty much sucks at lying. Like she's not going to lie to you. It makes you look fat. That does make your butt look big. I'm sorry. Like I can't
Excellent.
sugarcoat it. But get something
Lying does. Lying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
Well,
is. Mhm.
Oh, I was just curious, what brought you into the city?
I think if anything, she would be drawn to the city by like if her friends invited her, if they said
Mhm.
like, "Hey, come to the city, we have something, we want to show you," or "Come hang out," but it's not a place that she would feel comfortable staying in long term.
Mhm.
If anything, she'd be like, "Cool, bye," and like dip out into the night because she's much more at home in the wilds than in the structure of the city. Not to mention, she has beef with, I think, every other human except for the few that are her friends.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Checks out. Yeah. I
those
bet you have like a
guardians.
secret way in and out of the city walls to get back to the forest.
Yeah, pretty
Um,
much. She's very much like that sort of Mononoke sneak in, sneak out, even though she probably
yeah.
doesn't need to. She just does it anyway because she doesn't want to interact with anybody outside of the
I
people.
think that's wise. I think the
Yeah.
city watch might have some problems with you getting back in the city.
Oh
Uh,
yeah.
Jason, do you want to go?
Sure.
We'll
Okay.
go back around.
So I'm playing the sorcerer. Tyrigan is his name. His pronouns are also he, him. There's this option on here, describe your gender, and the selection is an unread text, which I know probably refers to like a book or a scroll, but I also like the idea of like the unread text message notification is his vibe, right? Like,
You're constantly on unread.
yeah,
But
yeah,
are you the message or are you the person who left them on red?
yes.
Okay.
Yes. I love this.
And I'm the person
Actually,
who
hold on a
hasn't
second.
read it yet.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Dixie, what's your gender?
I was just looking at that and I was like, oh, I didn't pick any. But
Oh,
actually, I did pick one just now. I was like, oh, because of her personality, I think she would be the sun's first golden rays, I think is what it says.
nice.
I
Lovely.
love
Yes,
that.
Mhm.
that's great.
That's awesome.
Okay, Jason, please continue.
So I'm going with haunted eyes. Again, all of his skin is covered in writing. And it is it just means his eyeballs are don't have writing on them, and they are a little sunken and hollow. He's an ascetic, very thin man. His body, I chose moving in unusual ways because I think there's also an aspect of this, like the text is moving, but it's not so much that the text is moving, it's that I was thinking about this on the way over. His body is like if his body was a window with a book behind it, right? So when he moves, sometimes the words don't move with him, right?
There's a parallax effect.
Yeah,
where,
yeah. So like
Oh.
sometimes they do stay with him, but sometimes he'll turn and everything will move over and shift around. Or if any of us are old enough to remember the microfiche machines at the library,
I'm not gonna lie. I'm so sad that they're gone.
yeah, they served a purpose. They served a purpose.
They were so much fun.
Yeah. But it is very much like the writing on his skin is not attached to his skin. So it's all very precise, thin black line text. It almost all certainly says something, but if most people can't read, that's okay. And also with the haunted dice, he goes around a lot like looking down because anything he reads will be added to the collection. So I know,
Right, you
like,
said it's all your knowledge
Yeah.
and your thoughts and your moods.
yeah, sometimes, yeah, whatever sort of floats to the top.
Makes me think of the Magnus Archives because there's a similar mechanic in that
Oh, is
too.
there? Oh,
Mhm.
cool.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So that's my moving in unusual ways. For headgear, I've got quartz spectacles, which a lot of times I take off so that I can't see clearly and I don't accidentally read something. I know like the signs are probably all just symbols, right? But I take them off so that most of the world is sort of blurry and then I put them on when I need them.
Do you have like that photographic memory,
Yeah.
eidetic memory, where like you read it, it's in your head forever?
Well, yeah, and on my body.
And on your body. Yes, yes. Eat it, Joe's.
Yeah.
Right here.
Um,
Joe's Heroes. Yeah.
And I think because of that, my manner, I circled Lost in Time because I can just flip back to when I was reading that thing. You know, like a waft of a smell will, I'll flash back to when I was in this tunnel and, reading these carvings off the wall and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, but otherwise is in, kind of, a cloak robe kind of thing with a relatively tight-fitted hood. And has, I'm sorry, I was not going to shave my beard for the bit, but has no body hair whatsoever. No eyebrows, no beard, no eyelashes, no body hair.
Interesting. Okay.
Is just covered in text. Okay.
That's gonna
Ooh.
be a Kickstarter reward level.
Oh yeah, that you'll shave everything? Sure. Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
Pooja will
love
write
it.
everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
Oh, and his voice is a little scratchy. I don't know how much I'll be able to keep it up, but it does sound like that pen on paper sound as what he sounds like when he's talking.
Nice. Like a quill.
Yes.
Nice.
Lovely.
That fountain pen texture.
Mhm.
Pooja, do you want to go?
Sure. So, Demuse, as I mentioned previously, is a revenant. In my past life, I was a sword, and I served well. I was incredibly useful to the people who employed me, the people who dictated what was right and what was wrong, and everything inside of me was wrong. And so I pushed it down, and I pushed it down, and I covered it in layer after layer after layer of obedience, of duty, of blood, of pain. And eventually, suffocation. But all of that obedience, all of that excellence in what I did caught the eyes of Akibani. And so, the god of mountains, the god of transformation, who is always seeking to expand their domain, plucked me out of the underworld to serve as a exemplar at the head of their armies. Everyone would see, everyone would cow beneath their might as they rolled their sickness across the land. But on my way up, I left something in the underworld. And I left my obedience there, along with my old body, along with all of those layers of suffocation, all of those blankets covering everything that truly was me. I shed. So, as I came out of the world, I'm free. And I stood at the head of Akabani's armies, the freest I have ever been. I am the empty tomb, with my hungry eyes, with my body thick and flowing and inexorable with the new sap of life. With my garb that has never touched my body before. Whereas before I would be a soldier. Whereas before I was merely a blade. And now I am free to drape myself in things that feel soft and gauzy and maybe a little bit rough. But those parts that you can see of me through my gauzy clothes that are uncovered pulse with a life underneath that, if you look closely, is not quite my heartbeat, but of movement all of its own. I don't embody one emotion, but many. We'll see what the mood fits me. We'll see what emotion feels like when I allow myself to feel them. I don't know.
So are you like a living, breathing being, or is that in question? Yeah, okay.
I am a living, breathing being.
Okay.
Of some sort now.
Okay.
What happened when Ahikibani put you at the head of the army, expecting you to lead the forces of decay across the land? How did you demonstrate your disobedience such that you are now cast down with these other bums?
Akibani pulled me out of the underworld, threw me to the front of the army. I was dressed in the garb that I had been laid to rest in the first place. I looked down upon myself and realized that this body that was no longer the body from before, these clothes no longer fit that form. Instead of the sharp muscle, like, body that was just 2 days away from cannibalizing itself in order to keep moving, I was rife, I was flush, like everything inside of me pulsed out. This armor no longer fit, this clothes no longer fit, this sword no longer fit my hand. And so I threw it down, I cast it off. And I told all of those beings looking upon me that this was not the way the world had to be. Because I had seen what was beyond, and I had seen the underworld, and I had seen who else was there. And the knowledge that they had could be ours as well.
Awesome. Joey, you want to introduce your character?
Not after that.
I'm glad I got to go before that.
I am playing Anorix, who is the vessel. Like I said, I am the paramour of a minor god, the god Kilidor, who was once the shepherd of dreams. He would be in the sky and would hear all the wishes and dreams and desires of the world and bring them to the other gods, have them help them make those wishes come true. That was his job. He shepherded the dreams to those who could actually make these things happen. And he chose me to be his paramour. I had made a wish. I was very alone. I had no one else in the world. And he heard my pleas and decided to keep my wish for himself and picked me, and we've created this beautiful relationship, and he showed me all these things, and it was beautiful. And then he discovered that the other gods were not actually fulfilling the wishes of the world. They were using the desires of the world to deprive the world and cause terror and cause tragedy by knowing what they want and not giving it to them, and for their own amusement. And so Kilidor decided to try to put a stop to this, and in retribution, they cast him down and turned him from the shepherd of dreams to the wolf of hopeless wishes, and now wanders the wilds as this giant spectral wolf. When he was cast down, I obviously very much felt it and felt like a part of me was ripped away. And my symbols that were a part of my order that were devoted to the Shepherd of Dreams was a shepherd's crook and a circlet of stars. Those have been turned from a shepherd's crook to a staff, where the crook was now the head of a wolf.
Mm-hmm.
And the stars have been taken away and replaced with wolf's teeth.
Nice.
And I am now on a mission to fix him, and to help bring my patron, my paramour, back to where he belongs in the sky, or to burn the world down so that if he is standing above the world and on the world, he is still above the world.
Last wolf standing.
Last wolf
Like
standing. So, like I said, Anorix's pronouns are he, them, but gender is described as the evening star. And so he gives off this beautiful but almost cold fire look. Like, I'm kind of taking the idea of like almost a fallen star image. So beautiful but burning cold.
Nice.
Eyes are clear and far-seeing, so it almost looks like they are always looking off a cliff across the ocean. Like, that's kind of the gaze they have in their eyes, almost exclusively, like always searching for something. Their body is quick and long-limbed. Again, I think it's because my paramour has become this wolf, this hunger, this avarice. They are developing almost a physical embodiment of this hunger. So they're thin, but they're quick, and they're looking for the next thing to keep them going. Their outlook is proud to serve. I am completely devoted to the name of the god I made up, Kilidor, and
Kilidor.
I will do anything.
Devoted to fixing him.
Damn straight. Or not straight.
Hey! Queer life, bad puns and finger guns. Hey.
Oh no, I need that on a shirt.
That's very good.
I saw it on a sticker.
I'm writing that down.
I love
So
this.
I love this god, Kilidor. I was imagining that as the Shepherd of Dreams, Kilidor had the responsibility of safeguarding these dreams, and now is cursed with a hunger to devour dreams.
Yes, absolutely.
That's what makes them the liege of hopeless wishes. Is they just go right down the gullet, just be seen or fulfilled.
Yes, absolutely part of that. I love that.
And I'm sure he hates it. Is it he, Kilidor?
Yeah, he.
Yeah, I'm sure he hates it, but he has to eat. Just this ravenous hunger.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. Okay, relationship questions?
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Let's do it.
Hey, that's not on this sheet. It's on this sheet.
Should we go in the same order?
I think that's a great
going?
idea.
Mm-hmm.
Vixie,
Oh no,
go
does that
for
mean
it.
I'm first again? You know what?
Okay. We'll each ask one question, and then if we
Got
feel
it.
like it, we can ask another one. But I think one might be
Oh,
enough. With
I
four
gotta
people.
do at least 2 of these.
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay, all
These
right.
are really good.
Mhm.
Yeah, these
Okay.
are great. Okay, so I'm asking.
Well, we'll all
the
do
question,
one
right?
each, and then we'll do them another round. Sorry,
Sure.
go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. I'm asking the question to someone, right? Or is that
The question
asking me the
is
question?
phrased as if it's asking you, but you can pull the table to see who wants to be that person.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of where I was going. Because all right, I think this is of the 2 questions that I want to ask. This one is really interesting to me because of the nature of the people people that I consider my friends. Who embodies your idea of human And why them?
Not it.
Ooh.
And I was just like, holy crap. And the funny part is after listening to everybody describe their character, I actually think it's Dumu's. The
100%.
person who died and came back.
Yeah, the living large revenant, just
Yes, exactly.
digging into all the hedonistic good stuff.
Mhm.
I actually think Millie has like partaken in more than one of those adventures as well, just as enthusiastically, like, let's go, let's do this. You
Let us
know?
explore what it means to be alive.
Woo!
Yes.
Is this what humans do? Great, another smashing like glass.
I like this drink.
It's great. And then I
The
think
important thing about fermentation is the organisms inside.
Tell me more about the inside organisms, Reverend.
I think that the reason that Millie thinks this way, that Dumas is the embodiment of humanity, is because of the enthusiasm, like the joie de vivre that is shared between them as well.
Lovely. Awesome.
So yeah.
Yes. Okay, cool. Jason, I mean, Tyrigan, ask one.
That's all right. Yeah. So, who sees the beauty in your chaos despite what the world thinks? This is another one that I actually think Demuse is probably the most suited for, because I'm not very plugged into the natural world, which is Millie and oh shoot, tell me the name again.
Anorix.
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 Thank you. He, they. Okay, I remembered your pronouns.
Hey.
Yeah, Pooja, are you okay with that? Seeing the beauty in chaos?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. That's Demuse.
Cool. Dumus? Or sorry, yeah, that was Tyrigan. Sorry, Dumas, go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Tyrigan. Great. Who has tried to get the rest of the world to accept you as a new person? Why hasn't it worked? And I really feel like Anorix has tried to get me accepted as a new person.
I can see that.
Like,
Introducing my human friend.
Perfectly normal human friend. Behold.
but that in part because like this is like the extension of the I can fix them.
Yeah, you're right. Ooh, you're right.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
This is what you want, and so if my paramour cannot grant dreams, maybe I can
yeah,
do
it's
this
like
for
if
them.
it's like, oh my
Ooh.
god, I can make this happen,
Mhm.
and this is a fulfillment of a dream, and therefore,
We're not fucked up at
Yeah.
all. This is fine. Everything's going
You know
great.
what? We're good.
You got to realize those dreams before Killador eats them.
Yeah. Yeah,
That too.
that's very
And
true.
he's so hungry.
Oh,
All the
damn it.
time.
Peckish.
I will say that it hasn't worked because, like, for a twofold reason.
Okay.
That first of all, like, so much of the world is still under the yoke of the temples.
Mhm.
Those prescriptions on what you can be,
Mhm.
and they do not understand what it means to be transformed.
I see.
And then, like, there is a second layer of the gods will never let you let this happen. Like, actively working against you because it goes against their interests. It goes against not only Akabani's interests to destroy me, but, like, they
need nobody to be transformed.
yes,
they need people to keep the
want
shape they
people
were
to say,
given.
like, we have
No.
decided what you are. You must accept that, and you must go forward.
Mhm.
And
The
it
status
would,
must be quo.
Exactly. And it would
Totally.
destroy
Yes.
them, and it would destroy their punishment of your paramour.
And plus,
Mm.
you're already super totally normal, and it's hard to improve on that, right? Like, it's just very
Right. I
normal
like a challenge.
and regular human.
Yep. Mhm.
So it's regular even.
Not me sure Horowitzing myself through
Um,
ancient Sumeria.
Okay, that's cool.
And
yeah.
I would say Millie
Oh wait,
once
we're gonna all go around once,
oh, never mind.
and then we'll go around again. But I
Mhm.
just want everyone to get one in.
No,
Sorry,
that makes perfect sense. I
Good
just
hustle.
missed it.
Okay, Anirix.
Hmm. Ooh. So I like this one, but I don't feel like it's the one that's most interesting to me, but I don't know who to put it on yet. Who shows interest in you just to get to your patron? Do you see what's really going on?
Oh, that might be me.
I had a feeling it might be, but I didn't want to.
I mean, y'all aren't in the studio with us. You can't see how my eyes went directly.
I just want to ask them something.
Uh-huh.
Chink. Like, I just think of the Peter Griffin sketch. I just want to talk to them.
Just want to talk to him. Just want to talk to him.
I just want
that.
to ask them everything.
Just want to talk to them, drooling.
Mm.
Literally drooling.
Have you expressed this to me at all, or are you keeping it?
I'm just like
Really-
asking you about them and like, oh, that's so neat that you're trying to help them. Maybe we could get together and I could kill them sometime, or no.
I see.
Wait,
Kill
I'm
them.
sorry.
Unless you're into it. I was totally kidding.
Kill them and open their belly and get all those secrets, those wishes.
Right.
Learn
I
them.
just want to, like, like if I could just suck the marrow of their bones, like just a little, just a little.
All the wishes they're hoarding in their gut. Just,
Uh-huh,
imagine that
uh-huh.
unlimited wish power.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Millie, what's your next question?
My next question. Yes, we're coming back around. I think the question that I want to go with is, whom have you shown a place in the wilds that's special to you, and why did you do it? And that I think is gonna go to, say your character's name for me, Joey, because I need to
Anorix.
again. Anorix.
Yeah, Aniryx.
Anorix. So that's who she would have shown it to. And I think the reason is because of a Killador. Because the description of Killador reminds her of the forest spirit that
Mhm.
her family talks about.
Mm.
And she brought you there because it appeared there one time, and to tell you the story of how that happened. She didn't personally see it, but she was told the story by her family and chose to share that with you because the way that you spoke of Killador seemed almost like you knew him. But that can't be true because the gods aren't real. I should have mentioned that Millie doesn't hate them, but like doesn't believe in the gods, by the way.
Despite ample
don't-
evidence to the contrary.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
yeah,
like,
gods, no.
It's something you don't believe they exist.
It's something that she's pretty much like hashtag not my gods, pretty much.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
she's not.
yeah. Like you don't pray
Oh,
to
these
them.
aren't gods. They're not.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Hence why Killador is a forest spirit and not a god in her eyes.
Sure.
Forest spirits, sure. That's just
Yeah,
science.
that's all.
Yeah.
That's
Gods are like-
logical, totally makes
He's
sense.
just swamp gas.
Is it Taco Tuesday already?
Is it Taco Tuesday?
Tyrion.
I'm sorry, that's
Tyrion.
Gyros Tuesday?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep,
We're
it's
here in
true.
the Mediterranean. What? Tyrion, what's your next question?
Well, I think who do you think secretly wants to be changed by your sorcery? I actually think Millie would like to be more animal than human. And I can probably make that happen at some point. I mean, basically. Is it fair for me to get that impression, Vixie?
I think that if anything, Millie would be interested in being able to pass as both a wolf and a human. if
Mhm.
that makes sense.
Mm.
Even though
Sure.
she doesn't quite human's a word for her because she doesn't quite consider herself human.
Yeah.
But she's smart enough to realize that she looks humanoid. It's
Mm.
just that I don't count myself among humans because my people hate humans, therefore I'm not a human. I
Okay.
can't be one.
So you
And
do
define
hard.
desire some
So-
form of change.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
does. Like
okay.
I think for her becoming like able to shift between those two forms would be the ideal because then she could just walk between the worlds.
Sure. Well, my
Mm.
spells
Defiance
work
of the
every
gods.
time on the first try, so
Yeah.
Chris, that was great.
Just in further defiance of the gods, I'm just breaking all the rules. Who needs them?
Yeah.
It's not like
Oh.
they make the world or anything.
Their structures are merely changed.
Yeah. And they are merely swamp gas. Uh,
And in the end, aren't we all swamp gas?
star stuff and swamp gas.
Yep.
I think that those are my
Same
two
thing.
genders.
Same thing.
That's yeah. Star stuff and swamp gas. That's the name of the episode now.
I love
I
that.
think my spouse would agree with that I am just star stuff and swamp gas.
I
Anyway,
am definitely swamp gas. Like
Hold on, I'm
personally. as-
updating the show title. You think I'm kidding?
As we
boy.
like those of us in the studio can definitely see that it is
Ah,
Oh,
it's
no.
not a euphemism.
Gumuz, what is your next question?
My next question is who thinks they know who you really are? And why do you want to believe them?
Like who you are now?
Mm-hmm.
Or who you used to be?
No, I think
no, who you really are now, I think.
really are
Oh.
now because like
Yeah.
I'm not really the person I was before. That was
Oh, right. Yeah.
the Iron Maiden that I
Yeah.
closed in on myself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so true.
And I think that
Can I throw something out there?
go ahead.
Do you know how you got back to the land of the living?
I know how it felt for me.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
But it wouldn't have been something I accidentally opened.
No, because I think it was a very purposeful thing.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I mean, left to open, you were making your way up and you're like, oh, good, the exit.
I think of the way that I was resurrected as a very like if you go deep into caves, it is not like
As I do.
it is not like plants don't exist anymore.
Mm.
Mushrooms and other fungus and lichen and in that algae kind of like slimy, visceral matter still exists and thrives there. And the thing that is so like odd and like moist
Yes.
about Dumu's body is that is the thing that I am made of. I have come up
Awesome.
through the earth. I have come up through the rock. But like the things inside of me that would be blood and would be viscera and would be, but are like the cilia of these creatures that don't know what the light even is. Have never had the concept of what it is to be outside of this cold, wet place.
Fuck, that's good.
Who sees you as a person you kind of want to be?
But I think
Okay, sorry, go on.
that Tyrigan actually sees me as the person that I really am.
Mm.
In part because there is this like connection to like all this knowledge that you try not to get and how you see the world like through not a focus lens, but is also trying not to let other people influence how you see the world. So that you are able to, like, the reason why I want to believe you is because you are so consciously rejecting everything that is outside of, like, you're consciously rejecting the strictures that other people are putting upon us.
Yeah.
You've seen into Atlantis. You have seen into what could lay beyond. And you know that it is not, that, like, this world that we are living in and the way that this world is not all there is to be.
Hashtag it's complicated.
Yeah.
Awesome. I love that. Enirix, what is your...
I think my next question is, whom do you trust almost as much as your patron? What do you trust them with? And I think this is Dumuz. And I think what I trust them with is kind of my plan B endgame of, again, if I cannot return my paramour to the stars, I am bringing the Pantheon down to the earth so they will be above them. And since I know that they also have a bone to pick with a god or two, I think there's a communal, like, we have this in our back pocket, we're ready to do this if we need to. So let's work towards this goal. Well, we're also working towards this goal, but we're also working towards this goal.
It's important to have a plan B in life.
Yeah.
Are we gonna burn it all down? I feel like we're gonna burn it all down, you guys.
I mean, if the match strikes.
It's up to the gods. Just
Let's
do
not
the
have-
right thing. And
Let's
no
not
one
have
gets
fire
hurt.
references.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Like, the fire metaphors are just not.
I'm
Right,
sorry,
right.
too soon. Shut up.
Yeah. For audience, the three of us in the studio here are in Southern California near Los Angeles.
Not a good
So
sign.
uh,
Sorry.
that's yeah.
Oh.
And just to take a second and say, like, I'm so glad that I could be here with all of you to have some joy in this time of anxiety. But if y'all want to go to ABC7, had a list of organizations that are accepting donations to directly aid people impacted by the fires currently consuming Los Angeles at the moment.
I'll grab that link for chat too.
Thank you. So just saying, it's one of those things.
It's the time we're living in. Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Everybody do that. Do people want to go around and say the question they asked and answered about the world forces? So that everybody knows where we're coming from.
Okay. World forces.
Yes. That.
I can go first because mine's kind of already built into the backstory that I built. But it was,
Sure.
Why does the Pantheon hate your patron? Have they always hated them, or is this recent? Like I said, found out that they were doing bad things with the wishes of the world, and instead of fixing it, they just smacked him down and made him the thing that he would hate the most. Which is great. We love the gods. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Awesome. Vixie.
Thank you.
Okay.
What's your-
Yes. Millie is actually, if you follow the lore of changelings, was a changeling that was found by the Wolf Clan and was raised by them. As a result of that, the world forces don't like her very much. She does not believe in the gods. She snubs her nose at the Pantheon and has actually willfully trespassed into a sacred, like a glade that was sacred to the Pantheon and that was essentially forbidden for like mere mortals to go there. And she was like bet and like went there to pick a healing flower for her mother who was dying of an illness at the time, her adoptive mother. And yeah, the Pantheon kind of hates Millie and thinks she's a monstrosity that needs to be board wiped in the way you might do that in Magic the Gathering. No big, it's fine. We're fine.
It's fine. Awesome. Tyrigan, what was yours?
I went with what is it about your body's shape or the way you dress that excludes you from the polite society of the city?
I think we've covered that one, right?
Yeah.
Turquoise mohawk.
Yeah, and
Goatee,
it's also
glasses.
like I wear like a robe and a hood, mainly just because I'm trying to block the world out. But I don't really care if people see me. So if I go inside, I'll put my hood down. Sometimes I'm not wearing a shirt. Like it's just like I don't care that people are upset by my appearance, but it is a problem. It's just not my problem.
Awesome. And Dumas, well, I think we've
definitely, my question was, a
yes.
member of the Pantheon helped you escape death. What did you do
Right.
to make them seek your destruction? And I think the only
Yes.
part of that we didn't cover was that Akibane has sent Galu demons after
Right.
me, and that they are demonic figures with blood-stained feathers with talons for hands, that we hear them coming through the call of ravens, question mark.
Just regular birds.
I love it. Yes. Okay. That's cool.
Chris, I don't want to
Awesome.
cause problems, but I would really love
Yeah.
to ask my third relationship question. Is it
Okay.
bad?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
No, go for it. Let's go.
So it's whom did you help with your sorcery? How has this made problems for them? And I am left with Anorix,
Oh, good.
and I want that to be the case. So I think it's like I can put you in touch with your god if you can help me. Like I will help me help you, right? Like if we can find the ritual, I will help you get in touch with your god, and I'll be right there with you the whole way.
Help.
It's gonna get real weird, real fast.
Yeah. So I don't know how this caused
The
problems for you, but it's fine for
The
me.
whole way.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. What's the second part of that? It was.
How has this made problems for them?
Right.
I think it's almost. Well, here's the thing. Not to. No, but
Sure, that's
but
fine.
my special heart move lets me do that.
Oh, okay. So then, have I helped you with my sorcery in a
Were
different way?
were you trying to help? Were you trying to help Anorix? Were you trying to help Killador change back? Like, I mean, that's a tall order.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, with your like
Well, what sounds good
overarching
to you?
quest. Yeah, because also if I can get that kind of power over the god, I could also destroy him, or other gods. Like maybe we can let that one live, but we'll see.
Maybe. What if it was this? What if?
Because it does seem like Killador was trying to do something good and was punished for it.
Right.
And I was like, bro, I get you. We'll kill you last. Maybe not at all. Like we could talk. Let's talk about it. Let's get to the point where we could talk about it.
Mhm.
Let's negotiate.
Yeah.
But I think maybe you were trying to help find a way to turn Killador back. But I think what went wrong and what caused the problem is that attempt, it failed, but it definitely alerted a good amount of the Pantheon as to what I was trying to do.
Oops.
Or more specifically, what you were trying to do.
We were doing it together.
Try to kill my boyfriend again. I dare you.
Oh boy.
Look, if he's not a god
Okay.
anymore, he doesn't have anything to worry about.
Why do you want to kill all the gods? Or is that just like
Because they punished Atlantis and they have kept us
Right.
from having all the resources that Atlantis had and the magic and all of that stuff. And so I've got too much magic and I need to be able to, like, other people need to be able to use it.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we're in Jadu, this sun-baked city in between two rivers full of reeds that the city harvests for its boats and its rope. And you all are, you all live in the poor section of town, in one of the several poor neighborhoods, except for Millie, who lives there but also sneaks back out to the forest.
From the woods.
Yes, yes. And the the gods who have temples here in the city include Akibani. It's an approved cult of the city. Despite the whole decay thing, you know, it's just sort of one of those necessary parts of life, right?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, I feel like there is a portion of the worship is devoted to like compost heaps.
Yeah. And I was thinking that like Akibani was mobilizing Jadu, the city you're in, and all its warriors to go fight this other city that was where Suket was the patron god. And because their domains overlap, that they had this problem. So the city of Babylos is sacred to Suket, and they were gonna do this big war, and you just noped out of that, and the I don't think it was like, what if there's a war and nobody came, but I think it's more like it's probably still going on, still raging, and it's at a stalemate. The other gods with temples there are Aronu and Nuda, and Aronu is the god of the sun and locks. Sukkot is the god of gates, and so there's some weird tension there also. And I think that there's a big festival coming up, a big dance festival, and Anorix,
Yes.
Killador comes to you in a dream, and and tells you that that he's heard something about the what the gods are up to, that they're trying to finally perfect the world, stop it changing, and that they are that at this festival they are going to somehow finally freeze the world in place and make it perfect forever. Don't know how, but humans are at the middle of it. And it says, this isn't a wish, so I can't eat it. It's more like a plan, and those just don't go down well. I need your help. I need you to figure out what's going on and to stop this so that things can continue, so I can change, so everybody can keep changing. What do you do? What do you say?
I look them in the eyes and say, change is what makes the world. The gods, in their arrogance, think that they can stop it and put it in a glass jar and let it stay. The gods are fools. Your will be done. I will find out what is happening, and I will do what I can to make sure the world continues to move forward. And we will find
Oh,
a way to
Anorix,
change
you
it.
always make You always make these big promises. You scamp. I, I just, I just do what you can. I'm not going to expect the sun or the moon. But
I
do
will.
something.
I will get my friends on it. I'm sure that they have no interest in seeing the world stop in time any more than we do.
Killador gives you like this big lick up the side of your face, and then just very lightly, the enormous jaws just sort of bites down on your head just a little.
Mm-hmm.
And then his eyes are two stars, and then they wink out, and you wake up.
Call me
You're
meeting to love bite.
It's a little nibble.
Oh no.
and you're in the back room of I was gonna say in the back room of a brothel.
Yeah.
If you all are cool with that. That
Mhm.
where they put you up for free so long as they don't need the room, and you can smell tea is being made in the front room, and you can hear the flute boys and flute girls bustling around. It's morning. They're cleaning up from the night before, getting ready for the next night. And uh, what are the rest of you doing?
How early is it?
I think the sun's just coming up.
Mm.
I think Millie is asleep on the floor. Like there's a pile of furs on the floor, and like Millie is
Awesome.
curled up in there. And like, does Anorix stir or wake up or anything like that?
Yeah, I think when Anorix wakes up, they kind of just slowly rise. Like it's a little unsettling. It's a little
Hmm.
Count Orlok-ish, and it's very like almost robotic in a way because it's
Yeah.
coming out of the dream.
Yeah.
And then I think Anorix is usually the one kind of taking care of everybody in the morning.
Okay.
And so
So-
they move relatively nimbly and usually relatively quietly around. Like if you're on the floor, or if someone, not pointing any names, Tyrigan, left their clothes somewhere,
Yeah.
or a plate of food, like moving around these things to help things get started for the group in the morning.
So very similar to like what most pets will do when you're awake. The moment you're awake, they're awake.
Walkies?
Millie is also awake. Like the moment you get up, she just she like sticks her head up like for a second, like huh, like, and then does essentially it's downward dog because that's what dogs do when they get up. Hence the name of the pose. And
Yes.
she's
The
like,
stretch.
yeah, she
Big
stretches out
stretch.
and she's like, "Is it time for breakfast already?"
It appears to be.
If everyone's okay, comfortable with this, I would like for what's my name again? I don't know.
Tyrigan?
Tyrigan, yeah. To just be face down in the middle of the floor, butt ass naked. Look, and it looks like somebody like he just fell out of the ceiling, right? Just and just splatted on the floor. And is just snoring. However, I do want to point out, you were talking about plate of food. Like he does not, like he's not a like messy person, right? Like there's no crumbs, there's no food around. Like all of that would be cleaned up. He just forgets to get dressed a lot of the time, and it frequently has to be reminded to be like, oh, okay, let's loincloth, please.
He's not messy. He's just a mess.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like that.
It's good that he has no hair because it would be just a wild tangle. And
I was wondering,
I don't
is
have
the
a problem
hair
with
is the hair denser? I mean, sorry, is the writing denser where you would have hair? Like, do you have a lot of writing in your armpits
probably
or on your
it's-
head?
Yeah,
Like-
I think also there's like it has filled in as eyebrows.
Yeah. Just two very expressive words.
Yeah.
Of your eyes.
Yeah.
And if you want other
Usually
people to
it's-
be able to read them, you can. We can
Usually
say
it's
that-
lies and truth is the eyebrows. But
Nice.
it'll change sometimes. A lot of times the mood is what shows up right there.
I'll say.
And then also like acts as eyebrows. So the mood actually does the expression
Yeah,
thing that
it'll
your eyebrows would
arch.
do.
Yeah, but I do assume it's all in the papyrus font.
Never.
Never?
Again.
I knew that would make someone mad.
No, I was like, it could always be Comic Sans. That
No.
would make people
Okay,
angry.
definitely
Oh,
not.
wow.
No. It looks like handwriting. It looks like handwriting. Yeah.
Expert.
Expert in Comic Sans. Okay.
But I will go to Millie, like, yes, it is time to get up. We have a big day ahead of us. Would you do me a favor and fetch some cold water from the well?
Millie shakes herself off, and like adjusts her clothes and says, no problem, I can do that. No problem. And like rubs her eyes. Do you want me to catch a rabbit on the way or something?
The water for now, but perhaps a rabbit for when we're ready to eat.
Okie dokie. And she walks out. She walks out to go get water. She's still going to bring you a rabbit, though. she's a great listener.
I love it. I will
Awesome.
There's such a like big do what I want energy, and I love
Yeah.
it.
Or just saw the rabbit and went into chase mode.
Exactly. Like the water, she takes twice as long to get the water because she saw a rabbit, goes, ooh, yeah, and like
Strong prey drive.
Yeah.
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 exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Look, somebody's gonna have to come get Moose because, like, yes, it's dawn. Some things are happening. 3, 4 people, like, kind of like stumble out of Demoose's room. But I'm just kind of still.
Sleeping like the dead.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hey.
There is definitely a sense of like a job well done. A contentment to that sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Awesome.
Quite a
It's good
few
to have-
jobs based on who left that room.
Yeah. It's good to have pride in your work.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
And out of your work.
Right.
Yep.
And in your work.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, so does anybody go in and try to rouse Dumos?
Yeah, I'll show up with a tea and then just leave it on Tamuse's nightstand to let the aroma of the tea get them up and going. So
Yeah,
they know
there's-
they want to experience all of the emotions and all of the senses. Like that's a nice thing.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. Can I be face down like in your room?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Oh, yeah, I
you've just
assumed
been
you were.
stepping over me and
Oh,
yeah.
1000%.
Okay. Great.
Who do you think the cold water's for?
No.
Oh, I love that. I love that I get the tender treatment. Thank
Mhm.
you.
It's very much the Gordon Ramsay, like, oh, love, I'm sorry. And then who's an idiot sandwich? So
You're an idiot Sanskrit.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Aw.
Okay.
For the longest time, I mean, not okay. I figured it out before I was a teenager, but I did think it was Sanskrit for a long time.
Oh.
wow.
Which, like,
Uh,
you can see how I got there. Right?
Yeah.
I figured it out, but it was a funny memory.
yeah.
I think Millie comes back at this point.
So, yeah, go
yeah.
ahead.
I was just gonna say Millie comes back
Uh-huh.
with the water, and
No,
she's
go
got-
ahead.
she's got a rabbit in her mouth as well. Because she's
Nice.
she what her hands are for holding the bucket. I got another hand in my mouth. So and she's just like, she comes in and like just stands around questioningly, like waiting to be told where to put the water, what to do with this bucket of water that she has collected. So
I'll take the water from you, but perhaps the rabbit should go to the kitchen so it can be cooked.
she like as soon as you approach her, she like tries to drop the rabbit into your hands.
Oh.
Like, I did a good.
Yes, you did very well. This is quite a rabbit. I thought we talked about getting a rabbit later, but this is fine. actually, I'll take the rabbit to the kitchen. Why don't you use the water to rouse our sleeping friend here? I will exit the room.
That's good.
She makes a face. She's like, oh, but he smells bad.
I do
That's
not.
what the
No,
water's
hold on,
for.
hold on. No, I have to know but that he's very clean.
Okay.
Like too
Okay.
clean.
No,
Okay.
Too clean.
It's fine. I'm not implying that he's dirty. It's that he do not smell appealing to Millie.
That's totally
Right,
fine.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Like the smell of paper and ink is not something that she finds pleasant.
Okay.
Is what I mean by that. Not
Perfect,
that like
perfect.
Yeah.
stink
Like
or
smells
that you
bad
don't get-
to Millie.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
specifically.
It
she,
smells
like,
like
drinks
learning.
Smells like knowledge. What is
Smells
that?
like human.
Yeah, human. That's very human. She takes the water and she looks down. She looks down and like kind of taps, like confirms that he might be breathing with her foot 1st,
Mhm.
like tap tap. And then thinks about it for a minute, kind of positions the bucket and goes all over it.
Yeah. I think I have to cast a spell.
Okay, go for it.
That's got here.
There- You're still waking up, but you're casting a spell.
Yeah, I've been
Yes.
shocked into awareness and the chaos just erupts.
So for people who don't know, the sorcerer's magic system is you roll with a number of dice depending on which epithet you invoke. Oh, I should go over the rules at some point.
Oh yeah. Actually, I was not sure how to invoke an epithet, and this seemed like a
Yeah.
good time to jump
Mhm.
into it.
Yeah.
So the
Okay.
way that most moves work is that everybody has a series of epithets, which are descriptors of how they act or what they believe, and you invoke one to make a move, which is to say you roll 2 dice and add a number of points to the roll equal to the worth of the epithet. Except that and epithets can be wounded. When you get wounded, you make one of your epithets worth -1. And when they're all wounded and you have to mark another wound, you're taken out of the scene. With the sorcerer, it works this way for basic moves, but for casting spells, you roll 2 dice plus a number of dice equal to the worth of the epithet, and then you just look for patterns among them. And if
Yeah.
you find a pattern that matches one of the 6 spells that you have marked,
Yeah.
then you can cast that one. Otherwise, chaos erupts.
Yeah, and
it's bad
I
for
don't get
everybody.
to choose ahead of time what spell I'm trying to cast.
Right.
It's just
right.
yeah.
You can hope that you get a pattern that matches one of these spells.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
I love
Okay,
It's
so
gonna be
one
hilarious.
question
Oh,
I
God.
had. So if I get snake eyes, then the chaos spell goes off, which is not great.
That's
everybody.
right.
Now I am rolling. Okay, so I want to invoke an epithet. I have a.
And if you get 2 dice that sum to 11 or 12, then it's a burning success, and
Okay.
it changes the effect of the spell. So, oh,
Okay.
sorry, go ahead.
So my epithet is who loves chaos's endless possibilities? This guy. I don't know if I'm supposed to
Who
answer
is-
like
Who has 2 thumbs and loves chaos's possibilities?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the epithets are all written as if you could like say your name and then a comma and the epithet.
Oh.
You know, like
I see. Tyrigan, who loves chaos's endless possibilities.
right.
Erupts with chaos energy from the shock of the cold water. So I'm gonna be able to roll 4 dice for this. If any of them come up as 2 1s, does the chaos thing trigger?
Yep.
Oh God.
Oh, you'll be fine. It doesn't happen often.
Fine, we're fine.
Okay, it did not happen.
Woo!
Let's
I'm
see.
a little disappointed. I'm not gonna lie.
I have one, two,
It'll happen.
6, 6. So let's see. We could do scrying.
Wait, 1, 2, 6, 6?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So it'll be a burning success, whatever you do.
Oh, right, because there's a 12 in it. Oopsie.
Yes.
That's
yeah.
bad.
Oh, you're fine. It's fine.
Remember how we joke all the time about, oops, you rolled too high?
Yeah, this game is all about
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
amazing thing
yeah.
about this is like, it's like,
Yep.
cool, you did great. It's fine. And then it's like, it's very much that vampire, like, bestial success. It's like, you
Yeah.
did great.
Yep.
Something else also thinks you did great.
Yep.
Oh.
I took it from Apocalypse Keys, which took it from Liberté. Reina Jati did this amazingly in Apocalypse Keys. Yeah, so the result bands are miss, glowing success, burning success.
That's cool.
Which is you get more than you bargained for. Yeah.
Okay, so I think Okay, so I can either cast Scrying or Metamorphosis.
It'd be a good time for everybody.
Yeah, but I think Scrying is going to be a better for this moment of yeah, because I could take the 6 and the 2, even though the 2 6s make it a burning success,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Okay.
for sure. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, 2 dice sum to 8. Discern in a silver mirror the truth about a person, place, or thing, near or far. Ask one question. The GM will answer it honestly and in detail. On a burning success, also ask, what do I reveal about myself, and how is it a problem? So I yeah, the water pools around me and becomes this shimmering silver surface. As I like spring to sort of a like spread eagle weird push up plank.
The yoga
Hey.
morning.
Feel free to, but as you go into this like the cat yoga pose,
Yeah.
So it is very like the arc of the cat.
Yeah, yeah. It's just butt ass naked. I'm sorry about that, everybody, but it delights me. But yeah. So my question is, oh god. So I was like coming right awake. I think my question is, where is it? Where can I find it? And I don't totally know what we're supposed to do today, and I don't know how to form a better question than that. But Chris, can you work with that?
Love it. Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you see a you see a room lit by a single brazier that is let's see. You can see that it is a room made of black stone, like basalt, and it is a room that is decked out like a mausoleum, but it doesn't. But there's no body there. There's no bier to put a body on. Instead, there is an altar, and it has um, it has mountains carved in a bas relief on the front of it, and um, and sitting on top of the altar is a chest about 3 feet by 2 feet, wrapped in chains.
Okay.
And you see this really clearly, and you see the locked door. You see there's nobody else in this room. There is a stone statue that you can only see it's got to be about 15, 20 feet tall, and you can only see the lower half of it lit by the brazier. And this reflection in the water is honed in on this chest.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Did that give you enough information?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
okay.
I don't. Yeah. Well, it gives us something to do. And on a burning success, do you always take damage?
No.
No. Okay. Okay.
But what do you reveal about yourself?
Yeah. And how is it a problem?
Yeah.
So, well, fortunately, it's just to Millie because everyone else is out. But I think it revealed that. Well, first of all the writing goes from black ink to like silver, and in this moment, right? It'll fade back down. But I revealed to Millie that like I don't really have control over what I'm doing. Like it is just a wild energy that will sort of. I'm a a channel for it to go somewhere, but I have very little control over what's happening. Can it also be that Millie saw what was in the pool?
Yeah, I was gonna ask what I saw. Like, how did I
Sure.
see
I
this?
think you see. I think for you, Millie, it's more shimmery, but you see the same room. But I want to say also, Terrigan, that you uh, that somebody else was looking at this room and and you felt them see you.
Ah, okay.
Can I
Yeah.
pitch that in this moment, Millie has a panic and there are two wolves inside of her. One wants to run straight to Demuse and be like, "Oh my God." And the
I need
other
a
one
grown up.
is like must take an action. Like, I need an adult or adult, yes. And the other one just wants to take action, and that one is the one that wins out. And she immediately puts the bucket on your head. Like,
Can I redirect us from using the two wolves thing because
Oh.
that is a
Oh,
native
yeah, of course.
practice and
Oh,
like
No
okay.
problem.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
There was
Still, you freak out.
totally
Yeah.
complete. Yeah, so she had two courses of action. She chose the put the bucket on your head. So, if you're cool with that pitch.
That's fine.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think that's ultimately what ends the vision. Is bucket goes over my head
Literally.
and I just collapse back into
Is-
like knee push-up position, and I just
With the bucket.
yeah, and that like resonant sound of like heavy breathing in the bucket, like it's too early for this.
Dumuz is being weird again. Tyrigan is being weird again.
That's why is everyone so loud?
Oh no! Everybody had a good time last night. I don't know about everybody. We know that Tyrigan and Dumas had a good time last night. Maybe too much. Maybe you rolled a burning success on that night out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They make a pill for that,
Yeah.
A burning success.
Hey. Yeah. Yeah. So after that, I think the morning just keeps on going in that vein. Everything's fine. I imagine, Anirix, you tell people about your dream.
Absolutely. Once we get together for our meal, it's a
Yeah.
Well, shocking no one, the gods have decided to turn this festival into an event all about them. They are planning on invoking some kind of ritual that is going to stop time, stop the world as it is.
That will destroy everything.
I know.
Then we should stop them.
I'm so glad you're here.
I think just sarcasm goes across my throat.
With a question mark? Is it a question mark? or
No,
is it a
not
declaration?
capitalized, no punctuation whatsoever, just like a teenager texting. Just sarcasm.
/S.
Yeah.
Slash
So there is there's a trumpet blast outside, and yeah, go ahead.
As soon as the trumpet blasts,
You
Yo.
start howling.
yes, immediately.
Sorry, it didn't come
sounds
through
like
on
a
the
howl to
headset.
her,
Yeah.
so she's just howling back.
Yeah. That's
Makes
great.
sense.
Awesome. Yeah. And there's some commotion out front. I think the flute boys and flute girls go out and are standing on the street, and if you go look, you can see them just sort of lounging and slouching against the door frame as this herald from the palace comes down the street and then stands in the middle of this intersection and takes out this this clay tablet and reads an edict saying that the city of Jadu has reached peace with the city of Babylos, and that to cement this peace, the cult of Aronu, god of the sun, and the cult of Sukkot, god of the moon, sacred to Babylos, are going to have a wedding at the dance festival. And no more will the sun and the moon compete in the sky. They will no more steal the sky from each other. And we shall all live in peace.
Okay. Chris, I'm wondering if there's some way to consult my reading knowledge about some reference to, a mausoleum with no one in it, but a chained up chest. It seems like there could be some sort of reference to that. I know I don't exactly have an index, but
the basalt and the mountains are sacred to Akibani. So the altar is probably in the temple of Akibani.
Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, I'll relay that to everyone as well, and that this is also Millie saw what I saw this morning.
Millie had been given the gift of sight.
It was just Tyrigan being weird.
I see.
The water presented us a vision.
And in this vision, you believe you saw the temple of Akibani?
Yes. Beneath. Deep. A mausoleum with no body. Just a box.
Isn't that how it works? You put the body in the box, then you leave the box there and forget about it.
The box was far too small.
Oh.
And the box was chained, you say?
Yes.
Maybe it was a really small body that they didn't want to get out of the box.
A locked tomb, if you will.
Also, you should know something knows that I know.
I do. That was me.
Other than Millie.
Oh.
So you were seen being seen.
Yes.
Seen seeing is what I meant to say.
Yes. The scryer was scried.
So you may not have, there may have been no bodies inside the tomb, but it is definitely observed and protected.
Yes.
You want me to hunt them? I can hunt them. Then
we
they
currently
wouldn't be
have
looking
nothing
at you anymore.
to go on yet.
Oh, if we can reach the catacombs under the temple, we could start there.
But if someone's watching us, then it wouldn't work because they would see us coming.
They saw in that instant. I don't believe they are able to keep seeing us.
There are 4 hills in this city, and on 3 of them are temples, one to Aronu, one to Nuda, and one to Akibani. And on the 4th is the palace where the aristocratic families come to argue and ultimately govern the city. You all do not live up on the hills. Right around each temple are the wealthy districts, the people who are aligned with each temple, including the palaces of the wealthy families who rule the city. And then some way down the hill are artisan districts, and in the front of the city is the main square. And you all are sort of stuffed in between all of these things. The market rings the main square, and you all are sort of behind everything in in these little alleyways. Just to give you sort of overview of the city. So up on the tops of these hills are 3 temples, and the one to Akabani, of course, is made with stone from many parts of the known world. And there's white limestone and red granite and black basalt, and they really spared no expense on the stone because Akabani is the ruler of the mountains. And the temple to Ronu has a lot of gold, if you like that kind of thing. And the temple to Nuda is ringed by canals, and supposedly has a spring that comes up from the middle of it to feed these canals and flow down to the rest of the city. There is some talk out in the street about this edict, about this peace. I mean, they're definitely glad to have the peace. A lot of people have died in this war, mostly poor people. There are a lot of rich people with their own horses and chariots who went out, but it's the people with just like single spears, or worse, holding the spears and arrows for the rich people, who have really suffered the most. But they don't write
the rich
ethics about
people
those
abandoned
people.
ship and left the poor people to suffer? I'm shocked.
What? Oh my God.
When would that ever?
So some people are expectant, hoping that they will see their loved ones again. They'll come back from this war finally. And nobody's really giving much thought to any of the supernatural parts of this. So what do you all do?
Well, it seems to me that we need to go to these catacombs and discover what's in this chest. But I wonder if we can buy ourselves more time. Perhaps there's a way to delay this festival.
That's a large undertaking.
But doesn't the festival happen in midsummer? Can you put it off?
I don't mean delay it a full day. I delay it as long as we can.
So if we delay the ritual that coincides with the beginning of the festivals, if we delay the beginning of the festival, then we delay the ritual. And
I was hoping you were going to delay midsummer, but yes, you run with it.
I feel like that ceding the course of nature to the gods who would freeze us in time feels like giving up too soon. If we can do the least amount of damage to the structure of the city and to the lives of the people, that would be ideal.
Right, yes, I agree.
I mean, maybe not the structure of the city so much as the lives of the people. But I wonder if there is a way. I'm not above spitting in Akubani's eye.
I didn't think you would be.
And so if I were to... I mean, I can be anyone. So if I were to be in a projection from Akabani, an omen, if you will, to direct the priests that the festival start time is wrong, that it is an insult to Akabani, that they will take it as an affront to their person.
The fact that it's a marriage between two gods and Akabani is not consulted at all would seem like a rather strange offense.
That could give us time to access the catacombs.
if
It must
something
begin
got
at a time of
destroyed-
their choosing. Because is that not their domain in their city?
What were
Is
you going to
not-
say, Millie?
Oh, if something got destroyed when you made your big proclamation, wouldn't that also solidify that this is not the time to do the festival?
Absolutely. I mean, the accelerated decay is definitely their MO.
But
Awesome.
they want to stop all decay, and maybe they would hurry to complete their ritual.
I think appeasing, maybe, but I think appeasing and giving the outwards appearance of doing what Akabani wants.
I mean, what are the odds that this plan could go horribly wrong? They're low. They're very low. Okay. Okay, Dumuz, how are you going to position yourself to do this move? I can be anybody.
Well, I am Demuse who speaks with the shadows without becoming one.
Mhm.
And we all know that the shadows of the other world have knowledge that has been denied to the living.
Check. Okay. So are you going to go out to the main square or to the temple of Akabani?
I think it's we can't have the impulse will be to hush it up, cover it up. The smaller it is, the easier it is to convince yourself that it didn't happen. Go big or go home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I love it. I don't know if you all love it. You can try
Oh,
to
I'm
stop.
in. I'm into
Oh, no.
this.
Millie's
I'm
in it
trying
for
to
the
think how I can help.
distraction. She gets to mess things up. Yay.
Right.
We'll need attention on you. Perhaps some procured fireworks.
Love it.
Mm.
Okay, so let's cut to where you want to stage this, and we will assume that you all did some very necessary planning beforehand.
Excellent.
And then in the moment, you can just, say that you all knew what was coming. So where is the place to go biggest without going homest?
The square outside of Akabani Temple, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
that makes more
the
sense to
city
me.
square. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. I agree.
Okay. So as you make your way to the main square, you can see that the devoted of Aronu, Nuda, and Akabani are all already making a big show of praise for the proclamation. Each one is trying. Each cult has got their own acolytes and adepts who are trying to claim credit for the piece the most. And you can see that they've actually arranged things rather cooperatively, where they each have their own little space, but there's still this tension between the cults of trying to one up each other. And a lot of people in the, in the wealthier half of the city are affiliated with these temples in one way or another, are acolytes. It gets you past the public precincts of the temple into the area where only initiates can go. And people want that. So they're wearing their amulets of the god of their choice, and they are sometimes wearing robes that are color-coded to identify them as one of these temples. And then there's even more people who are just curious and just always up for a spectacle. That's why you go to the main square. stuff is happening. It's where stuff is happening, and they're milling around. And like I say, on the edges of the main square, ringing it are market stalls, booths where people are selling food and rope and you know, little things made of metal, little jewelry. They're selling everything, you know. If you can find it anywhere, you'll find it here in the market square. So it's bustling. By this point, I want to say it's mid-morning, and it's getting hot in early afternoon. People will kind of go sit where it's cooler and have some coffee. But right now, everybody is bustling and here to see and be seen.
I think
What do
Millie's,
you do? What?
I was gonna say, I think Millie's immediately distracted by the food. And is over there like already like buying, like shoving, and Millie doesn't have a good concept of money. So
What?
Millie's already paid way too much for far too little food in a
Oh,
way.
buddy.
Like,
Oh, sometimes
so
it goes the other way though, right? The other way
like I
around
just
though, right?
she basically said I want that, like puts too much money on the table and takes the thing she wants, and like that's it. That's the transaction. It's not that like she's being tricked. It's literally she just knows that this means I get this. That is the inevitable thing that happens when I do this. That is it. Thank you. And she's like eating. So
They are
I would
happy to take your money.
I would like to pitch that one of my friends is like, I think that Tiergan is also the embodiment of ADHD, and somebody needs to put food in his hand, or he'll just forget. This is why he's so thin,
Yes.
right? It's like
Wow, this is
water
my life.
skin and a food. Like, yeah, I know this is also like my partner is always like, "Hey, it's lunch."
I like the idea that like, so Millie has paid way too much for this food, and like, yeah, some merchants are like, yeah, I'll just take that. But some merchants are like, but you could also have, and like, because you're with Millie, you end up getting food that way.
Yeah, that's the scraps of they're like, do you want your thing? I was like, okay.
You paid enough for two?
And
that
usually people
works
just give
beautifully.
you
I love
things.
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
It could have easily gone the other way, where like you're just taking the food and not paying enough, and this way is definitely less eventful.
Yeah. Yeah, this I think the paying too much comes from the fact that that probably actually did happen once already, and Millie has learned that from that experience. So hence why the opposite occurred.
I like
I
it.
think probably when you all left the brothel, like one of the flute girls was like, "Oh dear God, Millie, take some money this time." Like
Yes.
this is money. Okay, these are fives, these are tens.
Tries
No,
to
wait,
eat
just
it,
take
like
it. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think the option I picked for the city is that the coins are made of blessed bone, so they might still.
there's one of them has a tooth
Some of
mark
them
in
are
it.
not. Just
Yeah,
a
yeah,
little.
yeah.
She like
No.
spit it out to
Don't give a
pay.
dog a bone.
Oh,
I have a quarter as a treat.
knick knack paddywhack.
Oh,
I love being from the wilds. This is great.
awesome.
I think what I'm doing while we're kind of strolling through the market square is, if I can, I don't know what move this would be, but I'd like to start sowing a bit of that idea that we were talking about when we were eating, of like, why isn't Akabani involved in this? Why are we doing this to Akabani's house? It's not their marriage. It's not their, like, this seems odd. And like try to like get people on the side of like, yeah, this is kind of weird, so that when we do make that big splash, the idea is already in some of their heads. So I'm not sure what that looks like
Nice.
move-wise,
Nice.
but
I think I think you can do it. I don't since there isn't a move for it. Now I suppose you could do the finesse move, which is when you're trying to do something subtly or without being detected, including overcoming an obstacle.
Yeah.
You roll to finesse. I think, yeah,
Oh,
let's
yeah,
do
let's do
that.
that. Okay.
Manipulating
'cause
something
then-
tricky, like a crowd.
Yes, exactly.
all right. And I'm gonna invoke my epithet. That I should know my own name. Anorix.
And
who does what their patron commands.
Nice.
Gives you a +1, baby. I can't see what I
baby.
rolled. Oh, uh-oh.
Oh wow.
Oh no!
That's
Oh no!
boxcars.
Don't like that! Don't
Well,
like that!
it's boxcars, so that's a 13.
Okay.
Oops, I succeeded.
Excellent.
Oops, I rolled so
So,
high.
on a burning success, your curiosity, greed, or ambition have gotten the better of you. Mark fire. You reach too far and find more than you wanted. The GM will say how. Uh-oh.
So
Did I start
I
a riot?
preloaded everybody's character sheet with some fire already marked, as well as some
Yes.
XP already marked, because when you max out your XP, you have to do the move Defy the Gods, which is big and laborious, but dramatic and messy. But let's not do that quite yet. You are, yeah. So your greed or curiosity has gotten the better of you. You convince the crowd, but I think that your rumor spreads like wildfire, and it spreads so quickly that they know who it was that started saying it. Now, a lot of people believe it, but I think that your enough people heard it and were just angry at you for talking about it that somebody went and got the temple guards from the Temple of Akabani. And
But there's also a
these,
number of people who agree, right?
oh yeah, a lot of people agree.
Mhm.
And I think that the captain of the guard notices that there are that there's a lot of disgruntlement now and people peeling off from the Akabani circle to start shoving the people from Aronu's temple and Nuda's temple to start talking about, why are you doing this marriage here in Jadu, the city of Akabani, and how dare you spit in the face of Akabani like this,
Oops.
and so like it's starting to get physical and people are getting shoved down and kicked and the and so this I guess, yeah, so that's what gets the attention of the guards, and it spreads so quickly that they know that you're the one who they just start asking people, well, where did you hear this from? Well, I heard it from them. Well, where'd they hear it from? Well, I heard it from them, and it just very quickly gets back to Anorix, and they come over and Captain of the Guard is like, you're the ringleader of this riot, and you can see it's starting to get really physical. It's like people are being pushed around and knocked down, and you can see further out there's punches being thrown, and they're like, you have a lot to answer for. What are you doing?
I don't
Stirring
know
up
what
a
you're
riot.
talking about. I am merely a devotee of the Wolf of Hopeless Wishes. I have no dog in this fight.
Speaking of wolves, are we like
Hey.
in vicinity? Are we?
Oh,
Are we?
you're all there. You're all right there. Yeah.
Okay, 'cause
I'm
the-
giving
the-
very Leia,
Yeah.
Yeah.
being given you hope. I don't know what you're talking about. I was on a diplomatic mission to Alderaan.
Well, and
Yes.
also we were trying to set up like a little stage for Demuse to end up on, right?
Right.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
I was hoping to secure that pinwheel firework that goes off and it makes it all spin even faster.
Yes.
Like if that is starting to get heated, and then like Demuse is over there ready to step up onto the stage, then right behind the stage is this pinwheel thing that's supposed to go off. And it seems like maybe this is also a good time to pull heat off of Anorix.
Yeah.
So
Which means it's the
Well-
perfect time for Millie to like enact destruction.
yes.
Yeah, that was the thing that I was about to say, because as soon as you say I don't have a dog in this fight, there is a snarl that comes behind you. And it's
Nice.
Millie. Millie's not happy that one of her people is being threatened. But yes, it's destruction time.
Awesome.
But
Okay.
I would like to use an epithet called maul. And yeah, this guard's gonna get mauled.
Oh.
So,
Well, that's the name of the move, right? What
yeah, that's the
epithet are
name
you
of the
invoking?
move. That's the name of the move. It's called
Yes,
maul. It's a fighting move.
yes,
Um,
yes. I love it.
yeah, when you attack with ferocity and you invoke this epithet and roll.
Which
So
epithet are you invoking?
how many d6s do I roll for this?
2d6 plus a number of points equal to the worth of the epithet you choose. So
Okay.
you have 3 epithets that are
Who speaks honestly to those they respect,
yes,
who refuses to conform. I would say this is a refusal.
that sounds good. Yeah.
That's 2, so I get 2 more dice then? Is that
No,
correct?
you roll 2d6 and add 2 to
Oh,
the
and add
result.
2. So it's just
Yeah.
2 points to the okay, got it.
Yes, yeah.
That's a 5 and a 2. So that's 7 plus 2 is a 9.
That's great. That's a glowing success.
Yay!
Hey, you did it.
I did
So
it.
fighting moves in this game, like in all Powered by the Apocalypse games, are you're resolving the whole exchange. So the default is that you get a hit in on them and they get a hit back on you.
Yeah.
But you may have an option that lets you not get hurt.
Well, on a glowing success, you inflict 1 wound plus 1 for every heart of the enemies that you spend.
You
But
don't.
I
Ha-
would
I
take
don't think you
wounds.
have any of their hearts.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't have any hearts yet for them. So
Yeah. There's a whole side of this game which is winning people's hearts against their better judgment.
The romance.
But we sort of got right into that,
yes.
right into the conflict part.
Oh,
Okay,
trying to protect
so
your people.
so you inflict a wound on the guards, and one of them inflicts a wound on you. So mark one of your epithets
Okay.
as -1, as wounded. Typically, it'd be the one you just invoked.
So -1. So I now have a 1
Yeah,
on that one. Okay.
a -1 on that. Yeah.
It's like I
No,
add
it's
a
not. It's
negative,
not
but
that
it was
it makes it
yeah,
worth -1. It's not.
yeah.
It's not worth less.
Okay, it's not. I don't subtract. It just makes it worth -1. Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Got
Um.
it.
Okay. But you, what does this look like?
So at this, I think Millie has put her mask on because she doesn't want to necessarily be recognized, like by her face.
Because of all those other people in the city with wolf masks.
Yeah, like I'm gonna say yes. I'm acquiescing to that one.
Yes, yes, yes.
But yeah, so when she so basically it's very much that Mononoke scene where she just shows up and starts messing things up. And that's pretty much what happened. Like it's very feral. Like it's not like this is someone who's trained in military combat. This is someone who was raised by wolves. So you're getting like attacked the way a wolf might attack you, you know?
Awesome. Yeah.
So it's very feral, it's very vicious. If anything, she might have like a small dagger because she's figured out that sharp things help when you're trying to, hunt or maim. But yeah, so that's pretty much how that goes down. Like it's very much he delivers the line, there's a snarl, and then like a blur of fur as like goes by Anorix as Millie like pounces on this guard. So
Nice. Awesome. Awesome. And one of them gets a stab in on you, but you break them apart and cause general confusion because they are not used to dealing with somebody who attacks this way at all. And you disperse them, and they all they fall back. The captain of the guard takes a long look at you and uh and at Anorix and
Millie's still growling.
says,
Like just very warning growl. Like don't you don't want this. Don't come for the smoke, man. Don't come for the smoke.
there's a whole
Oh, I'm
clearing
sorry.
around you of people who are
Don't come
watching
for
this
this.
happen.
You know.
And there's a clearing of people watching you, and the the captain of the guard is trying to rally his people, his guards, but they don't want any part of this, and so they are so he can't stay there against you, and he just says, "This is not over," and stomps off, probably like nursing his arm.
Millie does the classic, like, I spit in your general direction, and like spits as he leaves, like, in at that direction where he left.
Awesome. Awesome. So there's a lot of people watching. Tyrion, is this when you wanted to put some pyrotechnics in the air, or
Yeah.
should we do Dumuz first, transforming into an avatar of the god?
I mean, I think the pressure's really on. If I set off the fireworks and then Demuse has to perform,
Wait, what could possibly go wrong? They're gonna do so well.
Yeah.
is there
Yeah.
a help
Yeah.
move if I'm with Demuse?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you have a heart from what we didn't do with the relationship questions is that's supposed to guide how many hearts you give to the other
Yeah.
players from 0
Oh.
to 2. Now the person who takes the hearts is one who writes them down because they become a currency you can use. So for the sake of expedience, we could just say write down how many hearts you think you have from the other person, which is how much that person cares about you and what you think of them. Because otherwise it becomes a whole big conversation.
Yeah.
And I think these characters are generally pretty tight knit with each other.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna put Demuse down 2 and the others at 1.
sounds good.
I think I've got 2 for Anorax and 1 for Millie and Turrigan. Because although I am what Millie thinks of as human, that's still like a low bar.
Yeah.
I think I might have 2 for Tyrigan, from Tyrigan,
Mm-hmm.
because I understand what Tyrigan wants from me.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that there's that power there, and I think I know how to play into that a bit more. So
Yeah.
I think that's where that sits.
Cool.
What were you gonna say, Millie?
Oh, I was just trying to figure out how much we think we have with the other person?
Yeah.
Okay.
How much you think they care about you?
Okay, because and not how much we care about them. Because I
No,
had done
because
it the first way. Because I would think that if, like, in terms of the other way around, like how much they care about Millie, I think it's one
Yeah.
across the board.
okay.
Any particular person is super bonded to Millie necessarily, but like conversely, Millie would have like 2 on Anorix, and then 1 on Demuse and 1 on Tyrigan.
Okay.
Because it's a
So
little bonding moment in the glade.
Okay.
right. Okay.
Mhm.
Cool.
What did you say you thought it was?
I put Demuse at 2, and then Anorix and Millie at 1.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think it all works.
Okay. All right. Cool. So yes. So you can spend 1 heart when somebody roll. Each person could, in theory, spend a heart on Dumuz to make Dumuz succeed. But each person can spend only 1 heart per move.
Okay.
And similarly with you to help you. And when it comes to sorcery, they could give you another die to roll, or they could add or subtract a pip on one of your dice. So there's a lot of flexibility there.
Oh, they can remove a
Ooh.
pip?
Amazing.
Yeah, which means they can just lower your total on
I
lower
see what you
the
mean.
value on one of the dice
I
by
see.
1,
I
or
was like,
raise it by
okay.
1.
Because adding
Yeah.
more dice also increases the chance of getting snake eyes. So
Mhm.
Yes, it does. Yes, so it's totally up to you,
yeah,
or up to them, really.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So yeah, I wasn't planning on using sorcery to light the fireworks. I was just gonna.
Oh, you're just lighting fireworks.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
Okay.
And sort of like standing by to be an assist if I need to help. And it might be sorcery that helps with Demuse's disguise or something, but I mean, I figure I could get a light for the fireworks.
Okay. All right. Well, that sounds like Bolt, I would think.
Okay.
Because it is not subtle. The whole point is that it's not subtle.
Yeah.
We'll say that you somehow have fireworks.
Well, that was my prep beforehand. Is
yeah.
we
Right,
brought a
right,
cart,
right.
and that's your stage, and yeah. We'll get it in the
I'm the
black
Dread
box.
Pirate
Look.
Roberts. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, exactly.
There
We
was a whole
have,
thing. There was a rider. There were green M&Ms. It's fine.
yeah, we have an apocalypse cloak. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, yeah, all right. How about, well, I still feel like Love's Chaos's Endless Possibilities applies to this.
Just ride that one till
well,
it breaks. Sure.
Lighting
Yeah.
fireworks, I mean, that's
Yes, totally.
never
totally.
a chaotic outcome. Okay. And then, okay, so Bolt
And
is...
you pick an epithet.
Yep, that's the Endless Possibilities. And
Oh,
I
yeah,
roll.
right, you said. Yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
Okay, so a 2 and a 3 plus 2 is 7.
That's a miss. In
Okay,
this game, that's a miss.
Okay.
So,
Ooh.
but you're right on the edge. If somebody
oh yeah,
wants
if
to
anyone can help me in some way. Or do
spend a
I
heart.
spend hearts?
No, they have to choose to spend a
They
heart on
spend
you.
a heart and can boost my roll.
Yeah,
Okay,
they can boost
okay.
it or lower it. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll spend the heart. I'll spend
Okay.
the heart to assist
Okay.
Millie. I'm trying to
Well,
think
it's
of
to
how.
assist her again.
Oh,
What does
sorry,
that
it's a
look like?
Tyrigan. Sorry.
Yeah.
I knew that. What did I say?
What does that look like? Helping Millie, but actually Terrigan.
I I think what it might look like is because I've gotten the crowd kind of on my side,
Yeah.
gesturing over to where Tyrion is and having someone who's on our side see that and go and assist. So like kind of influencing them from afar.
Okay, yeah. Of like giving me the best timing and the like now.
Exactly.
Now, no, really now.
Go.
It would be a shame if something happened right now.
What's the signal again?
Mighty nice, mighty nice riot you got there. Be ashamed if something happened.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. Yeah. The fireworks start to go off. And Dumuz, you have a move that is perfect for this.
Yes, because I can be anybody.
Right.
And when I want to seem to be someone else, invoke an epithet and roll. I actually rolled earlier because I was like, okay, this is happening. So I rolled.
Go for it.
And
yeah,
it
what'd you
was
roll?
I rolled a 7, and then the epithet I chose was Who Speaks with Shadows Without Becoming One, and that adds me a +1, so then I rolled an 8.
That's a glowing success.
Nice.
So
8
squeaked
times
by
glowing.
there. Squeaked by.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah, so the fun thing about I Can Be Anybody is like you play the new role expertly with the aid of clothing and accessories. Only your friends can tell it's you until you roll a miss on any move. So I think that I've like raided the brothel's like costume stash
Sure. It's got a big costume stash. Yeah.
to put together this outfit that embodies the like possession of Akabani.
Mm.
Like, when would a sex worker want to dress up as a holy man? Oh, never mind. Yeah.
So there is this like elements both of like really recognizable elements of like temple priests, but also these like cool, they don't use those anymore because the moths got to them. They don't use these anymore because they've started to rot. And it is these pieces and this like this you think it's makeup. But there are things coming forth from my skin of the like transmutation of decay. Basically, long story short, there's mold. There's mold now.
Perfect.
Like modeling like parts of my face and my chest. And like as I make these grand gestures of proclamation, as I step out in front of this pinwheel firework and say, How dare you insult Akabani, ruler of the city? And like you see like spores come out, and like the fireworks are coming out, and like little spores are coming out as well to like catch the light and start to burn in the firework
Nice.
sparks. Did none of you think to consult when they believed the most auspicious time for a union would take place? Did none of you believe that it was worth your time to pay tribute to the one whose house you are in?
Drag them.
There's shouts from the crowd, and awe. There's also Akabani walks among us,
There
and like some of
is.
the older folks are like, "Oh God, not again."
Do you know what it is to insult the might of Akabani?
I love that your body had a spore bloom.
It's cool as hell.
Yeah. On like just these like effervescent pieces. Like pieces of the cloth have dropped down and like also been lit aflame.
Nice. I think at this point, the acolytes of Akabani are driven into a fanatical rage and are attacking the acolytes and adepts of the other two temples.
Oh no, who could have seen this coming?
And this the city watch has been set back by Millie's aggression, and so they are not there to even try to calm this down. And I think it just gets really out of hand. And you can see that they are dragging members of the other two cults up the hill to the Temple of Akabani. And there are others who unfortunately are just other members of these two cults who are just bloody in the main square. You can see the shopkeepers are packing up their booths, and they don't want to be anywhere near any of this. And similarly, several people have just scattered, just made themselves scarce. But meanwhile, there's this mob that is carrying the priests and priestesses and acolytes of these cults up to the Temple of Akabani in a rage. What do you do?
Heads with the catacombs.
Yeah.
I feel like our job here is done.
Yeah.
Yeah. The attention from the temple will be there. Oh, sorry, Vixie, go ahead.
It's totally fine. I was just going to point out that if they're putting away food, Millie might just steal one. Millie might just be like, yoink, and like
Yes. There's plenty of food, because some of them were packing up without packing up the food. They had a bunch of kebabs just lined up, and
definitely she's grabbing a kebab. Job well done.
I don't know what this other stuff is about, but I am well fed, so I'm good.
Yours is fine.
I deserve
Millie's
a treat.
good right here.
Just a little treat,
So the temple that the catacombs are theoretically beneath are the temple that has the catacombs beneath it is now literally mobbed with a huge crowd of people.
Right.
So
their attention will be at the front door.
Oh.
Yeah. It should be super easy to like sneak in as like from a side entrance.
Yeah. Unless you are still the avatar of Akabani. Oh, yeah. No, I think that they are pushing you to the front of the crowd.
Oh.
Wheeling your cart.
Dumus. with the Holocaust cloak. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but they are.
Do I have a spell that can move thing? I don't think so.
Let's see.
No, that's okay.
No. You can, well, no, you don't have that spell normally. Anyway, so the rest of you, your friend is being hoisted up above the crowd by the adepts, the only ones who dare touch Akabani, and are carrying Dumas, thinking it is the manifestation of Akabani on this earth, up to the temple to oversee something lawful.
I don't see any flaws in this plan.
Well, we kind of need Demus to help us get into the catacombs.
Oh,
Probably.
right. So maybe we can tag along with this, like in their wake.
Like, Pooch is just out of the story at this point, just like
It's fine. It's fine.
presiding.
I have a
over
thing I
something.
can do though.
Yes, yes,
it's like
really?
I was about to ask is, would this be considered a plan that humans have?
Absolutely.
Then I'm going to use an epithet called Ugly Thing. And Ugly Thing, when you have a chance to interfere with an object or plan made by humans or Atlanteans, you can invoke this epithet and roll. So I'm going to do that.
Which epithet are you invoking?
I think Millie is, so then I have to add, so it's 2 dice plus whatever thing I'm going to use.
Yeah.
And I think, what do I have? Gosh, it would fall under refuses to conform, so I actually might have to take away one for
That
her
would be hard.
this
They're
plan.
very likely to roll a miss, but misses are great too. It's a story game. Let's see. I'm looking at you.
Who's ready to learn unfamiliar ways doesn't add anything, so it would just be the 2. And who speaks
Well, a
honestly to those.
+0 is better than a -1, but yes.
I have a thought.
Or,
I'm going to use
okay.
speaks honestly to those they respect.
Awesome.
And remember how I said she's a bad liar? It's about to be very important in a minute. So that gives me, I think, 3 dice because it's a +1. So
No, it's
it's
2
a
dice,
plus
oh, no,
one.
and then you
sorry.
add
It's
1
not gonna be a
point.
pip. It's just add 1 point to the roll.
Yeah, sorry, the
I
sorceress is
remind myself.
doing that, which is throwing you off. Yeah.
Yep. Oh no!
What'd you get?
Oh, that's double ones. +1 is a 3.
Oh.
Yay!
Okay, so it's a total miss.
Yeah, total miss. On a miss, the thing or plan snaps its jaws shut on you. The GM will say how.
So how are you trying to disrupt this plan?
Well, I think, like I said, she's a bad liar, so she calls out to Dumuz and says, "Dumuz, you need to leave. That's not the plan."
Okay.
Can Enrex and I just like make eye contact across the crowd, like hit them?
I think that can I say that you are trying to press your way through the crowd toward Dumuz?
Yes, she's trying to press her. That would absolutely be what she's trying to do. She's trying to get to Dumuz through the crowd.
Okay, great. Then they sweep you up too. And they're like, friend of the god! And they hoist you up in your
There's a yelp.
furs and linens.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Go
want
ahead.
to sidle up to Enrix and just like loop an arm through his, like, do you trust me?
Do I have a choice?
No.
I didn't think so.
And I'm going to do a spell about it.
Love it.
There's a
Love
couple
it.
that would be really helpful right now. I'm going to use my +2 epithet of I love what chaos does with its hair. And I'm going to spend a heart, the 1 heart I have from, or no, that would be Anrex spending.
Mm-hmm.
I can spend hearts on other people.
Right.
Right, on
Right,
other
okay,
people.
okay,
Right.
okay. But I'm selfish. Enrix, do you want to spend a heart on me?
Do you want to? I'm concerned about you rolling too high.
That's not well. Yes.
You could add another die, and you can add a die after.
You
the
can
die.
add a pip.
Oh,
or
you can add a die
like-
after the roll.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can do it all after.
Okay,
the
okay.
roll.
So I'll just roll my 4 dice.
Sure.
Well, there is a 5 and a 6.
Excellent.
So that happens. But let's see. I have choice of spells here. What I wanted was Shadow.
Okay, which is all dice summed to no more than 6, and that's not happening.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I also wanted
But-
Metamorphosis, and I don't get that. I have 2, 3, 5, 6.
Oh. Okay.
Phantasm. No. Where's the illusion one?
You can get might. That's phantasm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is-
Phantasm.
You
So
got 2, 3, 5, 6.
2 dice sum to 10 doesn't exist.
I'll allow it if you want. I mean,
No. It's okay. It doesn't add up to
Okay.
10.
Okay.
2
So you can get scrying or might.
Yeah.
Although
Yeah.
if Anorax uses a
Now-
heart to subtract or add a pip,
Yes, that could totally
Oh,
change.
that could
then,
change things.
then that
Oh.
could give you metamorphosis
Yes.
Let's do that. Yeah.
Yep, let's do it.
or phantasm, whichever one you want more.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so... Yeah, I think Metamorphosis is better for this situation.
Okay.
So the way I imagine this is I see... Because I imagine that your magic or your sorcery works almost as a inflicting your will on...
It's more of a releasing the unknown.
Okay.
It's very little about what I want to have happen and what I hope will happen. So it's not...
A lot about what you hope will happen, but
It's
yes.
It's not my will. It's I'm gonna blow up the dam, and hopefully the water will go where I want it to go.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's totally it.
Yeah.
But as a paramour of the Eater of Dreams and Wishes, I think I siphoned some of that want
Mm.
from you and
Mm.
from your actions and lessen it
Okay.
in order to kind of fine tune it.
Okay. That's great. That is. Hold
So
on.
that's if that 6 becomes a 5,
Yeah.
then you get metamorphosis.
Yeah, but in the Metamorphosis is 2 dice of equal value, and it's
Oh,
no
so then it's not a
longer
burning success.
it's no longer a
Ah.
burning success.
Hey.
So that's it.
Okay.
They're totally siphoning that off. Okay.
Oh, I
the
love
GM will
that.
patiently wait for the next spell to get a burning success.
That was exciting. Okay, that's okay. I really like. So I was super curious about the sorcerer when we were reading it. I was like, okay, I get how this works now. Okay, so you transform yourself or a mortal near you into another mortal or a creature of the same size or smaller who retains all their original abilities. And then to restore the original form, I have to cast the spell again or mark fire. So I just wanted to change myself into just a swirling cloak of darkness,
Okay.
and basically a cloak that envelops and I almost said wears Anorix, but I mean
It's
sometimes the clothes wear you, if depending on what's happening. But we're well, I guess am I supposed to be a creature? Oh yeah, into another mortal or a creature. Oh, okay, sorry. Got a little wild with that one.
So, what is your intent?
Well, I was thinking
Like the end goal, rather.
yeah, that we could turn into something that would be able to scurry through the crowd, basically, or like slip through the crowd.
So, if you say use the spell to turn yourself into one
Well-
of the people who works at the temple, who
Oh,
isn't a priest,
yes,
but
Yeah, an
Yes,
adept.
an
Yes,
acolyte. Yeah.
yes.
Or an adept. Yeah.
Yeah, whichever's higher ranked.
Adept. Yeah.
Okay, and is there? So it says myself or a mortal. Is there any way I could change both of us? Like if I mark something or pay something?
Ooh,
Could you
that's
pay
a
a fire?
good judgment
could you
call.
pay her fire?
You could mark fire.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Does that put you over the top?
No, I have 2
fire?
open fire.
Okay. Okay.
So the
Um.
next fire will, which I will probably have to do to unmetamorphosize ourselves. But
And Anorix also, I think, is up.
Yeah, I've got 3
One
fire,
fire away.
3 out of 4
Yeah.
fire currently
Yeah.
marked. So that's not gonna be a problem.
nope, that's fine.
No,
That's
no,
fine.
that's
fine. Don't know what's
What?
struggling.
No, it's fine. Totally
And
fine.
I also like to think there is, it looks like I have done a tattoo cover-up makeup. You know, like there's sometimes you can see little squiggles of the text under my skin. So, yeah. All right.
Okay, so now for either of you to get your shape back, you're going to have to uh, uh, cast a spell again, or mark fire for each one of you that you turn back.
Okay. I'll just cast the spell super good again.
Yeah,
It's gonna be great. It's
it'll
gonna
be fine.
I am out of hearts for you.
I didn't really need it.
Oh, okay.
Only in the mechanical sense, or
Only in the sense that the spell wouldn't have worked if you
we'll
hadn't
find out at the
spent
end of the
it.
session.
No, but are you out of hearts for Tyrigan mechanically only, or also just sort of are you over him?
We'll find out at the end of the session.
Okay.
Okay, right.
Like it.
It's a small doses, friend.
Yeah.
They both are, really. Yeah.
Although
what are
all
any of
are.
us without?
Although
Right.
I should mention, I do turn both of us into like tall, strapping, strong jaw. Like it's like clearly what Tyrigan thinks Anorix's ideal guy looks like.
Or
So a wolf?
Akabani's ideal guy, or Anorix.
But you know, before.
Oh yeah, before.
Yeah. So that's
okay.
that's the just
That's-
like
strong calves.
Mm-hmm.
yes,
Those
just
calves.
popping calves. Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, complete with uniforms
The
and
Saturday morning
everything.
cartoon version.
We're able to go into the thing with them. Sorry that took so long.
No, it's
No,
okay.
that's
It's
awesome.
great.
It's a cool system. I like this a lot.
Thank you. Okay, so you look like two temple adepts, which are priests, just not the high priest or priestess. I was really just looking for a gender neutral way to say priest or priestess, or priestex, and or what?
Holy person?
Oh, a holy person, yes,
Mhm.
Holy
yes.
them?
Although with gods like these, it's like holy is a very subjective
Yeah.
term, but yes,
Yeah.
yeah. So okay, so you now look like people who could walk right into the inner chambers of this temple. Are you going up where the crowd has Dumuz and Millie, or
Yes.
are you going to the
I
back
think we're
door?
kind of barking
Okay.
orders. Clear the way, clear the way.
Yeah.
We need to speak with the embodiment of our god to determine what they wish us to do with these. Oh my god, the entire English language just left my brain.
Heretics?
Thank you, heretics.
That's good.
That's exactly what I was going for.
Hairy ticks.
Are you?
Yeah.
I think that in the public precincts of this temple that is made of all these glorious stones, carnelian and lapis lazuli, these pillars built of each drum being a different stone, and in the center of the public area is a large round, vaguely red stained disc of granite. And you can see that they are bringing the adepts and just the adepts at this point of the other two temples to the stone. And one of you, when you say, our barking orders, get out of the way, says, bring the executioner, bring the hammer. We need the hammer. Yeah, and the other people are like, yes, hammer them.
Well, they're not
And
saying Demuse and Millie
No.
are heretics, right?
no,
It's
no,
the people
no.
they captured from the other
Yeah.
temples.
Okay.
No, Dumuz is Akabani. So they're
Yeah,
like,
okay.
yes, bring the hammer, and Akabani shall smite them
Got it.
themselves. And then like this one burly acolyte is like not gonna let you go until you agree to bring out the hammer. Bring the holy hammer. You're bringing it, right?
That's to Anorix, right?
It's to both of you. You're
Oh.
a team at this point.
I will retrieve it.
Is this
Oh,
truly
sorry,
the
no,
wish
I'm in a
of
different form.
our god? I ask Demuse.
Dumuz, I think you're still up in the air, up on people's shoulders.
Then I
Oh.
gesture to Demuse.
Crowd
We
surfing.
need to
And, they,
hear.
and then when you say that, they set Dumuz down on the execution disc.
Is this truly your will? We have not heard your will from your own lips.
That what Akabani wills above all else is perfect devotion.
Yes, devotion! Woo!
And the supplication of those over whom he has dominion, or over whom they have dominion. So if those who are outside of the light of Akabani come into their grace, would that not be the perfect offering and gift upon this evening? Upon this festival? Is not... Are we in midsummer or midwinter?
Midsummer.
Is not midsummer the perfect time of transmutation? We stand upon a precipice. So the transmutation of opposing acolytes to the wing and will of Akabani would appease them.
So they shove all the adepts forward, who are some in golden yellow robes and some in robes embroidered with patterns of flowing water, and there's a hush, and several of them, I'd say there's maybe 5 from each temple, and I want to say 3 from one temple, 4 from the other temple, the temple of Nuda. They take off their amulets and shrug their robes down to their shoulders, and throw the amulets on the ground. Throw them on, in fact, the big granite disc, and that still leaves 3 priests, 3 adepts, 2 of Aronu and 1 of Nuda, who are swallowing hard and looking around defiantly. And there's a cheer when the others throw down their amulets, and they are embraced, and immediately these dark gray woolen robes are put around their shoulders, and new amulets are found from somewhere to put on their necks. But there's these 3 who are still sticking it out.
Where is Millie in all this? Is she still crowd surfing?
Where are you? I mean, you were brought up, and you were, I guess, what you were down on the ground now, but what are you doing?
I think Millie
What
is,
is
if anything,
happening?
Millie's trying to make sense of what is happening. Like, is this part of the plan? Are we not going with the plan? Is this a new plan? Should I be creating chaos? Like, I think Millie's kind of trying to figure out what to do in the situation, because she's not a big fan of being in like such a huge crowd either. So I think she's kind of like looking around and trying to figure out what to do, seeking answers from anyone who seems familiar, except no one looks familiar right now.
Oops.
Right. Whoops. Yeah.
So it's just this mask going like, what?
Well, I mean, technically you could recognize Demuse.
Right.
Because
Yeah, that's true.
I
Right.
am still recognizable to you as my friend.
Yes,
Right.
that's
right.
true. So I think if anything, because she couldn't find Anorix or Terrigan, she like scrambles up to Demuse and just stands by Demuse and it's like and just like kind of stands there, not even, again, not military trained, so it's not like it's a combat stance. They're just standing like back, like kind of slightly behind and to the right of Demuse.
Well, I think that gets you a lot of attention, and I think somebody says, "Look, it is it, it is the wild one from the mountains, the prophet of Dumuz." who has come. Truly, this is a glorious moment. Has come to stand by their their master, their avatar. I shouldn't say avatar, but their blessed one, Akabani. Yes, this is the moment we've been waiting for.
And I think like to get back to like what we were originally trying to do, after like the first ones capitulate and whatever and fold like wet paper towels, I say, as we have seen, the celebration cannot start until they have all transformed. So we must wait. We must all wait until the transformation of all of them is complete. We must not interfere with the transformation of Akabani.
Transform them with the hammer.
Transformation means
Yes,
nothing
the
if
hammer.
it does not come from within. Transformation from without. Is it true transformation? Will their hearts, will their wills be Akabani's?
That's a good line.
Now there's general muttering as everyone's trying to figure out what it is you're trying to say.
Oh, if Demuse has more influence over me, oh, sorry, ghostly Vixie. If Demuse has more, can I like suggest that Demuse put a heart down for Tyrgen because that was smart, or like how does that work?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Exactly.
yeah.
You can just give your heart.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, Billy is like so confused, like internally, like listen, this is so beyond her scope. Like she's like, this sounds super smart. I'm gonna look like I know what I'm like, look tough. That's it. No one can see my face under the mask, but like her internally, she has no idea what this like conceptually would be.
I got a bad idea.
Do it.
Do the bad idea.
Stalling as long as I can.
Yeah. The Blessed One has decreed that these three shall be kept here to wait. Surely the Prophet and the Blessed One would like to rest and enjoy repast from their travels. We will take them where they would want to go. And we is me and Anarix.
So is the will of Akabani.
I shall not put my eyes upon them, and therefore Akabani's eyes upon them again, until their transformation is complete.
Everybody says, such is the will of Akabani.
I'm just trying to get a sense of like, where can we go that's gonna look like
Into the temple.
Yeah.
So you're out in the public precincts, which are just enclosed by pillars, but there is a door that goes to where only the adepts can go.
Yeah.
Only the acolytes. And then and the temple guards, they open the doors for Akabani and nominally for the rest of you, but it's really Akabani, and there's like they're not even looking, you know. They got their spears up, and inside is a large room with smaller rooms ringing it, and in the back are these two monumental doors of stone of basalt, of black stone, that go into the place where only the adepts can go. And normally, this morning, this place was a hive of activity as people were getting ready for the midsummer celebration. But understandably, everybody who was working at the temple went out front to watch the riot. I mean, who wouldn't? And now nobody wants to go in now that you've gone in. Like, so you have the place to yourself. I'll say that there are a couple guards standing by the doorway to the adepts only area, and then, like I say, there are these smaller rooms around the edges. You've already gotten one step inside. What do you do?
Just real quick, like as we're going through and like We're leaving the guards outside, and before we reach anyone else, just a quick like, it is I, Tyrgen, and Anorix.
Oh, good.
But it's just the four of us walking, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. There's some guards there, by the inner doors, but uh, so you still have to keep the pretense up. But yeah,
Right.
you can whisper that
We
around.
could be guards
Yeah.
named Tyrgen and Anorix.
Who,
or
Sorry.
priest. Yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
priests,
sorry,
yeah.
Pooja was going to speak first. So, yeah. Pooja, you were going to say something? Oh, no. Okay. I was just gonna ask if when you metamorphose, does your smell change?
Probably.
Ooh.
Well, maybe not. It's more fun if it doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
Right.
up to Pooja. It's up to
No,
Pooja.
I mean, it would be up to I would
Yeah.
say mine doesn't because I'm still recognizable to the people who know me.
Mhm.
Right.
But like,
Mm.
does the spell
we're
change?
I mean,
literally
our-
a
Does the spell
different
do it?
being. I mean, because I could change into a rat or whatever. Another
But if
mortal
Smell the
creature.
same, you'd still be recognizable to Millie, which is
That's
kind
the
of
same.
what I'm
Yeah,
doing.
let's have it be. Yeah, there is a familiar part of the smell that like
Mhm.
most people wouldn't pick up on, but you probably would.
Yes, because I think if you say, because I don't think she'd immediately believe you if you just say that. Like she'd be relying on like another sense to confirm that.
Hmm.
Hence, like if you smell
Mm.
familiar, oh, okay.
Like
But
turning and
not-
just go.
yeah. She just like sniffs you, like gets real close, sniffs you, smells that like and like again wearing a mask, but underneath wrinkles her nose because she smells that like kind of familiar, funny smell of papyrus and ink or papyrus paper and ink, or
Mhm.
whatever. And then
Mhm.
smells anorix and smells like I don't know, what does anorix smell like?
I think Anorix smells like
Pine deodorant.
I mean, you're not wrong. I actually think
Xbox.
it has kind of a, you know, when you like are up in the mountains, you can smell the cold, like
Yeah.
that kind of icy,
Okay.
Yeah,
like that feeling, like that
Okay.
brisk inhale.
I was right.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah. Immediately like chills out, like immediately relaxes. Okay, we're around familiar.
Awesome.
It's fine. So
Awesome. So, let's see, Dumos, you still look like the god incarnate.
It amuses me so much.
Are you like physically taller? Are you made of something? Do you look like you're made of something different? Like you
I
could be
think it's-
physically transformed to a certain extent.
I think it's more like it is an interesting transformation because as this like blooming happens, because Demuse is so suffused with all this mycelia and all of these things that like as it starts to come out of my skin, like it's coming from somewhere. So their entire physicality has like things that were on the inside are now on the outside, and therefore the skin barrier is like, it's not that it's wilted so much that
It's compressing a little
Yeah.
bit.
it is compressed into
You're just like Oogie Boogie.
a little bit, yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
I love it.
And then there's like a like these pieces that are coming off and flying off, and even though they're not catching fire anymore, they're like still drifting off
Nice.
as I walk. And so I'm leaving little pieces of myself behind.
These aren't hallucinogenic spores, are they?
I don't know what that word means.
Causing
Hallucinogenic.
hallucinations.
Hallucinogenic. Sorry,
Yeah, yeah,
I heard
yeah.
something completely different.
I remember.
I think that it's all a matter of, like most drugs, right? Like it's all a matter of dosage.
Yeah, we're just microdosing the temple right now.
It's
Basically,
fine.
How do you think this works, right? Like
I was wondering if
can
that was
be
part of what
anybody.
convinced the crowd. I was wondering if that was part of what convinced the crowd
Oh,
that you
yeah.
were this god.
Makes the
Mm.
illusion.
It
Inhaled these
really
spores.
helps the belief
Yes, 100%.
if little bits of me are inside of you.
Oh, God.
Yeah, yeah, I imagine it does. Yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
I'm
so you're
pretending to
still
be
giving
grossed
off-
out, but I liked it.
Look at
I'm
me
not-
not saying if I had a nickel.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Okay.
just mildly hallucinogenic.
Okay. Well,
The
the
power of
guards
suggestion.
certainly, yeah, the guards certainly see you as the embodiment of physical manifestation of Akabani. So they are standing straight at attention with their spears. I think one of them is actually averting his gaze a little bit. And yeah, what do you do?
Well,
You don't see any stairs nearby or anything like that.
Tyrigan, you're the one that saw the vision. Does any of this look familiar to you?
We need the basalt.
There's a lot of basalt.
Yeah,
There is a lot
okay.
of basalt around, but there is not this small room that you were seeing. I mean, you could look around.
It was deep underground.
I see.
Actually, I don't know that. Most mausoleums are underground.
But was it truly a mausoleum?
The ceiling was high enough that I could not see it with the light that was lit. There could be rooms that tall in the temple.
Is there
The-
a guard nearby?
Mhm.
I would like to go up to this guard and feign. You'll have to excuse me. I appear to have got myself turned around. Perhaps you can direct me to the catacombs. I was supposed to check on something there, but I'm not quite sure where I am, to be honest. And lay it on thick, like arm against the wall, like.
Oh my god, I just had this vision of like you approaching the guard who had averted his eyes and like just like doing that thing with the chin. It's like, if you could help me.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. 2 fingers under the
Okay.
chin and just lift
Okay.
lift up the face.
Okay, yeah, this
Okay.
sounds like entice.
Yep.
So,
Let's go.
It works
Right on.
me.
I think poor Millie's in the background, like touching her face. Like, is that how we do? Like, is that how? Are we supposed to do that? Like, is that like she's trying to do the elbow thing, like trying to be cool, also like, trying to copy, but like badly. Like, what does this mean? You know?
So it sounds like Tyrigan, you're giving Anorix a heart because you're saying it's working on you.
Oh yeah.
Is
Oh,
that
work.
right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But meanwhile, Millie is like, is that how does that work exactly? Like, is this
Yeah.
a thing?
Yeah, like
Okay.
I guess I'll mark the epithet that Anorax, who pursues a purer world, one where people are free to express their desires and go after their wishes and not have them devoured by a giant wolf.
And go into catacombs that they're
Awesome.
not allowed to enter.
Right.
Yeah.
And you don't have to mark it at this point, only if you roll a miss.
Oh, right,
But
right.
you're invoking it now. Yeah.
Invoking.
Okay, great. Awesome.
Well, that's an 11 total.
Yay.
So it's a 9 on the dice plus 2 because it was worth 2, so I have 11.
Burn, baby, burn.
yes.
Just go with that.
So you get a heart from the guard,
Okay.
and
You just
They
reach
choose
in
one
and
from
take
the-
it out.
they choose one from the list above and one from the list below. Okay, so they choose to betray a world force for your sake,
Yeah.
which is to tell you stuff that they really ought to expect you to know. But then they also choose that you fall for them too. That you get in a little, you get in a little too deep on this, and while flirting with this guard, you notice the guard is also got an honest face, you know, and really seems earnest and sweet, and came into this line of work because he believes.
Oh, my sweet summer child.
Yeah,
Oh, can I
yeah.
add something to this real
You could
quick?
probably fix
If
him.
you
too.
if you're okay with it,
Mhm.
I think the guard's eyes are the same shade as
The wolf.
as
Oh,
Keodor's eyes were and are now.
Yeah.
Little stars.
Fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if the stars are actually in their eyes. They're a reflection of the stars in my eyes, but like it's
Yeah.
Yeah. And but they say, oh, why, yes, this temple, it confused me too at first. You must be new to the adepthood, but yeah, yes. Right this way. I can't go in there, but you can go in there. Through the
From
basalt
another
doors.
temple.
Yeah, there's a princess in the other temple. um, um, yes, you go in there, and it, behind the altar, you should find what you're looking for.
you were so
Yeah.
kind. I have to wonder. What is it that you desire most?
At this moment, just to commune with another true believer of Akabanis, together.
Going to
Are
commune?
you suggesting that we might commune?
Commune.
I mean, I think yeah, there's a getting close and have a little tender moment.
His breath smells like cinnamon. Yeah. He feels he's died and gone to Akabani's heaven. This is, yeah. It's like, please, my name is Guru, and if there's anything I can do for you to help, I mean, as a temple official,
I'm sorry, what was the name one
I
more
want to
time?
help. Guru.
Guru. Okay, thank you.
Just let me know. Anything.
You've done quite enough for now, but perhaps at a later time we can discuss more about what you desire and how to get what you want.
Okay. Sure.
And I will
And yeah.
do a finger, drag a finger across their jaw and just turn away and kind of look back over the shoulder and keep walking. Realizing
pictured,
now they
like-
have no idea what I actually look like.
Yep.
And I'm picturing that the rest of you scammers are like hustling inside this room while this tender moment is going on. Like,
I have to ask though,
Well-
is Keodor a jealous god?
I don't believe so. I think,
I don't think he'd care about you like banging humans.
right. I think it's more if it was another god.
But
Could be a problem.
the reason why I ask is because this guard has a piece of your heart now.
True.
it's true. We have infinite pieces we can give away.
I love that.
Yes.
I love that too. But I also think, at least in my head, this is all to fulfill his will. So it's a means to an end,
Right.
maybe.
Right.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
We
the
all
plan.
get lost in the sauce
You know what?
sometimes.
When Keodor has reascended, there'll be plenty of time for communing.
Yeah.
Right. So
It'll be
much commuting.
fine.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
yeah,
all the
yeah.
commuting.
Yep. Just not with the god he thought he was communing with.
Right.
That's
I
okay.
would say, I
It's
think
definitely
that,
a true believer.
And
So-
who wouldn't want me to bring more followers into his fold?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, no, I was just wanted to point out, like, I know we're supposed to keep moving, but I think Millie stops and like watches this interaction very
You just
curiously.
stare at them making out.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
And then she like hustles because she realizes she's lingered too long and like tugs on oh my god, names. My brain is not just stopped working.
Anorix?
Dumuz. No, tugs on Dumuz
Dumuz.
and says, is that how you're supposed to is that how humans mate? It's so gentle.
Mm.
It-
Hot.
It's
What?
Now they can't
depends
separate for an
on-
hour, right? Like,
Like well, wolves don't do it that way.
I mean,
Um,
and much like wolves and other creatures, it's different for everyone.
Is that why everyone is always so happy when they leave your room?
Part of it, yes.
there's some good company also, but yes.
But also,
Like,
like, as you fulfill and understand your own desires, fulfillment can be very pleasing.
I'm picturing the close-up of Anorix and the guard kissing, and then like as their faces part, you just see Millie's face there looking up,
the wolf
very
face.
intent with concentration. Like,
Yeah.
It's
Like,
it's giving Sam and Bucky in the car while Cap and Sharon kiss.
Yeah.
It's giving that.
Yeah.
Oh,
learning things, you guys.
you are. That's good.
Yay.
You too can throw off the yoke.
That's a second date thing.
Yeah.
She's
When
like
you're
thinking,
ready.
She's thinking about this. She's like, well, wolves don't throw off yolks. They throw each other. It's really actually very athletic. So knowing that there's a gentle alternative is kind of helpful because then you don't break the other. Humans break easily. Mm.
Mm,
They
And
can.
they
They can.
really do.
and Millie, have you experienced this throwing yourself
I
as
think
the thrower or the
yeah.
throwee?
Millie's older. Like she comes off as childish because she literally does not know how society works because she grew
Right.
up in the woods. But she's
Yeah.
not. She's actually old enough to like have some worldly experience. It's just all in the wilds. So I would say yes. Like maybe
Okay.
she's tried and it didn't quite work the way like it. She thought it was supposed to
Did it,
because
like
she's not a
did
wolf.
it bruise you up more than the other wolves were expecting? Like,
I think she did. I think she did end up like a lot more bruised up and maybe like more too injured to like maybe try that again. So just didn't work out, you
Maybe
know?
take
Oh, it's
yourself off
not
the
like
market
that
for a
with
little bit.
everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just kind of
Yeah.
had to go on a break to let like the broken bones like and cracked ribs and stuff kind of heal. But you know, now
Sometimes
she's
we
learning
do
there's
self work.
alternatives.
It's emotional and mental, but sometimes it's very physical.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
know, maybe you don't always have to pop out a hip
Yeah.
when you do this, you know?
Hey, aftercare's no joke.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That part.
That part, yes.
Okay, so you all get inside the adepts only doors, and there is an elaborate altar there, and and there's a statue of Akabani there, but it is not the room that you saw in your vision.
But is this where is
Yeah.
this a place where there aren't other people wandering around?
That's right. There's nobody else here.
Okay. So I just turned to Anorix like, would you like your original face? Or do you want to stay like this?
I think
These
I'd be more...
two like look like Kronk. Like, are you? How?
I kind
how-
of, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
basically.
yeah.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
It's because like I had an idea in my head and I was like, I don't know, both of us, I guess. You know, like
Twins, we win.
yeah. Like we definitely look related.
Okay.
Perhaps
Sorry,
it would be
Anorix,
better
what
to
were you
keep this space for now.
I can't stand it any longer. Mine. I can't read like this. And I'm going to hopefully cast Metamorphosis.
Oh, I love this. Oh, this will go great.
It's gonna be so good.
This is gonna be
Yeah.
fine. This is
Oh, wait, I
gonna
have
be
more
fine.
dice than that. Okay, what do I need? I need 2 dice of equal
metamorphosis?
value. Just
Yeah.
a pair. A pair.
What epithet
So
are
we
you
just
using?
roll it.
Oh,
Epithet.
my regular chaos is awesome. Loves
Right,
chaos,
Chili
endless
Flakes.
possibilities. Yeah, I mean
I
it's
know.
it works for what we're doing. I love it.
Right.
Okay. Okay, I got 2 2s.
Okay.
I got 1, 2, 2, 3. So no other problems. I'm able to successfully unmetamorphose. And
Excellent. Excellent.
yeah, I
Okay.
return to my regular creepy self.
Well, you're lovely. Never change. I mean, keep changing, but you know.
Change forever.
Really lets out a breath of relief.
Yeah.
You couldn't read, then I'd have to read, and I'm not good at that.
No. Now I can read. I'm like looking at the text on my arms and just like,
nice.
myself. If you want to change, just let me know.
Perhaps once we're done here, I think that this form could do us more service than my current one.
I imagine it could service someone in particular. Total deadpan, by the way. No, like,
Who would it service?
If my eyes could get colder,
So I love Millie's
Millie's
closeness.
completely like just sailed right over her head. Like, she was like, what?
I think I just turned to Millie. I was like, Millie, I mean the guard that Anorix wants to have sex with.
Oh, mating. Do you need to take time to mate? That takes time.
I don't think there is time. And who said I wanted to mate with them?
She points at
Your
Tarragon.
tongue did.
I believe we have a ritual to stop.
Well, there will be time after that.
So
If we
mating
succeed.
comes
And
after
I imagine
sex.
this is like as we're walking
Yes,
through the
yes,
hallway.
We're going.
Yeah. So behind the altar, right? There's a complex of hallways, but you come across a large round hole in the floor and a heavy bronze round cover for it that has a loop in the middle that has been shifted off to one side, and it looks like the kind of thing like there's a log through it. You know, it takes several people to move this, and then there's a spiral staircase of stone going downward.
Yeah. Okay. So we're hustling down the stairs
Mm-hmm.
to see what we can find. I'm looking
Okay.
for basalt. Like I don't know if it's like one direction there's more basalt than the other, but yeah, that's kind of my guiding.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Millie's not fully comfortable in this like underground space. So she probably like tries to place herself between her comfort people, Dumuz and Anorix, like right in between them so that she doesn't and like is trying very hard to not let her fear show. Like she's trying to be brave, but she's not fully comfortable going into this basement place. It's not what she's used to, because she's used to the wilds, which are broad and open and not enclosed in this way. So
I want to say the spiral staircase starts out as white marble, and then it changes by degrees to sandstone and chalcedony, and it gets darker and darker as it goes down. And there's a central shaft that goes all the way down that you could just fall right over if you weren't careful. But on the outside of the staircase, you periodically pass doors. And and down here, it goes a lot deeper than you would expect. And you do see adepts in these doorways who are bustling around or eating. And at one point, one of them comes out as you're passing down and is walking down the stairs also. And it's getting dark down here. You have to have torches, and there are some posted every in a sconce on the wall once in a while. But this woman comes out with a torch in the dark gray robes of an adept and says, and takes you all in and says, "Are you are you a party to this?"
Do you not know whom you speak to? And I gesture to
To Dumus.
yes. I also Dumas, but no, that's the author.
It's pronounced dumbass.
Oh God.
Uh, so they I guess haven't inhaled enough spores yet or something. I hope you're not running out. But they're like, no, should I know? Uh,
I am going to step forward and say, like, do you know the face of the one you worship? Do you know whose yoke you wear?
I like to think so. What? What them? It looks at the others of you.
And then let's see. I kind of want to move a different burp.
I mean, if you played up
Okay.
enough, you can get this to work.
Okay, I am going to try to finesse our way through this.
Okay.
But like my point, I have done a lot. I've done a lot to like kind of in the grand scheme of things, I may have gained Akibani some followers. I'm not really okay with that.
Right.
So now it is time to even up the scales, right? It's time to sow some seeds of doubt.
Oh boy.
Awesome.
So I am going to try to finesse this so that I can, like, you know, manipulate something tricky, which is to turn all, like, this acolyte or turn this guard.
Adept, priest, yeah, priestess.
Thank you. I was like, you know, words. I'm gonna try to turn this adept away from their faith, but not
Excellent.
like super obviously, but just so if you do not recognize the face of your own chosen deity, then what does that say about that faith? What does that say about you? What might that say about the deity? That no word has reached, no little whispers through the stone. The vibrations have not reached your synapses.
Are you saying I'm supposed to recognize this in you? No, I didn't hear any whispers. I mean, aside from the usual ones, of my dead parents. But no, down here in the cloisters, we don't get out much. So, so roll your finesse. I want to see how this
Okay,
goes.
well, I am they who will not be silenced again.
Love it. Awesome.
So
If you would like a heart on this roll, I would
Just
really
a
one.
question.
We can do it afterward.
Would it be entice rather than finesse?
If you're flirting.
Oh, is that
Yeah.
specifically for
yeah,
that?
like
Oh,
entice
okay.
felt more like a
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
Okay, let's see how this goes. Ooh. It's a 4 plus 2 is a 6.
That's 2 away from a success.
I was willing to offer you a heart if you want to use it.
I can
you
also,
and one other person.
I can also
Okay.
offer one. Yeah.
Okay.
Cute part.
My method of help, if it's okay, Chris, is when they mention their dead parents, their names appear on the side of my head and neck as and like everyone in their family who's ever passed is just
Good.
like
Oh God.
listing
Yeah.
Oh,
down there
no.
as I just bend my head and I'm like, oh, and I like incline my head towards Demuse, and that side of my head that's facing this person is
And
yeah.
I think from like behind him is like there's a slow like sort of pan movement as Millie moves kind of out from behind her, and there's this like low growl like emanating from Millie.
And and you could see the penny drop with this this priestess who's like, oh, oh, oh God, God, oh Akibani, oh no, what have I been doing in my life that I did not recognize you? I I've been down here too long. That must be why I let them do it. I have to go. And she hurries upstairs with her torch.
Also, just a quick, we're at like a 30-minute-ish time check.
Oh, is that right?
Uh,
I thought we had an hour
yeah.
30. If we're 30 minutes out, that's cool.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah,
We're going till,
yeah.
going
Yeah.
till 6?
Well,
Yeah.
I can go till 6:30.
Oh, 6:30. 6:30.
Yeah, give
Okay,
me an
great.
hour.
Great. So
Okay,
I'll
good
call it
for me to
60.
know.
60 minutes.
Um, so yeah, she hustles, and you can hear her sobbing as her sandals are hitting the steps. She's going upstairs, like, oh God, mother, father, I've wasted my life.
Mm.
And you can hear her attracting the attention of other cloistered priestesses who come out and like are like you know Aga, what's wrong? Are you what's wrong? She's like, we've wasted our lives. Let us leave this place.
Hmm.
And a couple of them follow her.
Oh
Yay!
no.
We have got to find this room.
Yeah, I know. Where's the room?
um,
Just destroying lives every
This
step
will
we take.
this will definitely not come back to bite us.
Nope,
Never.
I can't imagine anything
No,
going wrong.
absolutely not. It'll be fine.
so the when you get lower, you stop seeing people in these dark gray robes, and you start seeing people in gold robes and pale gray or silver robes, and they are ordering around people in these dark gray cloaks uh, to make everything ready. And you can see as you get further down that this shaft ends in water, and there are large openings like flat lintels and angled stones that water is flowing out of one and into another, and it is I want to say that Dumu's the smell is horribly familiar, and you can see just above that level. There is a door with a with these two guards, two women, and one of them has a golden robe on over their tunic, and the other has a silver robe on, and they are standing there with each has a spear and a sword, and are glaring at you as you approach closer to this door. What do you do?
I think I have a thing that I could do, like an epithet. called Smell the Truth. I would like to use Smell the Truth. It allows me, when you attune to your heightened animal senses, you can invoke the epithet and roll, and it allows me to ask the GM one question. If I succeed on a success, I think.
Okay.
So
Sounds good. Let me just read it real quick. Okay, yeah.
yeah. I think I'm gonna use speaks honestly to those they respect. So give myself a +1 on the roll.
Okay.
That's a 5 and a 2 for a 7.
Plus
+1's
one.
an 8.
That's a success. It's a glowing success.
Yay!
Yay.
Woo. A glowing success. I don't think this has a thing for a glowing success.
Oh, sorry. That's the default.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what was it? I was gonna say, I would like to know what is about to happen that others don't see.
Okay.
Ooh.
You can smell other adepts inside this door, and you can hear noises. They are preparing to bring out something heavy.
Okay.
And there is yeah, so you can see that these guards, you can infer that these guards are trying to prevent anyone from interfering with that. And that somebody here has death on their mind.
And I think she tugs on like the sleeves of those closest to her, which would, since she has one Dimu's on one side and Anorex on the other, she like kind of grabs them and like pulls them in close to tell them this information, to just hurriedly whisper this and like obviously like you're in hearing distance, she just can't, just got 2 arms, she doesn't have a third arm to pull you in, Tarragon. But yeah, so she tries to convey this information as best she can to all of you. So
Well, perhaps it's best that we take ownership of this, whatever is they're looking up, and make it disappear.
I'm sorry, I was looking up something on my character sheet. What was the like tidbit of information there that we got?
There are people inside these stores preparing to bring something out, and
Oh.
somebody here has death on their mind.
Okay.
and the guards are there to stop us. Like they're not going to let us.
Right.
Okay. Are the walls here basalt?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can see on the door is the emblem of mountains. That,
yeah. Okay.
resembles the one you saw.
This is the symbol I saw. I imagine they're bringing the box out. We don't want it to go any further.
Well, then I suggest we stop them.
I think the time to take our destinies into hand is now.
As soon as you say that. Sorry, go ahead. You
No,
wanna
I
talk?
just agreed.
Okay. I think as soon as that it is decided that this is what we're gonna do, there is that like kind of flurry of fur as Millie charges headfirst at these guards.
Awesome.
And gonna use my maul.
Oh,
Awesome.
could I try to cast Might on Millie before that
Yeah.
happens? Okay.
Sure.
Like while you're saying like the time for us
Yeah.
too.
And I know what Millie's about to do. Like,
Yeah.
I could see her bristling and,
Millie's ready. Millie was like, as soon as it was like, we got to make it disappear, the knife came out. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, let's go. Like that one meme with the sign, you know?
Okay. Yes. I got it without any other complications.
Hey.
Yay!
Hey,
I
excellent.
really like this system. Yeah, 2 dice of
glad.
sequential values, no other problems. So, as Millie is getting ready to go, I'm like, just one thing. And is it okay if I like put my thumb on your forehead?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I mark a little like silver tracery kind of like a glyph, right? That is with anybody who can read would like, oh, it's a glyph for strength, right? Of like, something like that. And and then it's silver flash and then it fades away, but it's like it sinks into your head and you can just feel strength. You gain strength and power for the scene. You get +1 to the bolt move and their fighting move.
Okay.
And it wasn't a burning success, so that's it.
Okay. So I get a +1 to that then.
+1 to bolt and fighting move.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yes.
I will take that. And I'm going to go ahead and roll about this. Hoping for the best. Oh boy. Oh, yep, that's a double sixes, y'all.
Oh,
Hey!
That's gonna be a fun time because that's a burning success, right?
Yeah.
+1 stick.
Yeah, it sure is. I was going to
So,
point out that the +1 is not plus or -1, it's just +1, but it doesn't even matter at this point. But,
Okay.
like, yeah, you have, so what, how much was your epithet worth?
So my epithet that I used would have been oh man, I guess who's ready to learn unfamiliar ways? Would
Is
that
that a
make
plus
plus
0?
0? Yeah,
Okay,
plus 0.
so you got 13 total.
Yeah.
Okay. So great.
I can read out what this says.
Yes.
On a burning success, you enter a blood rage. Inflict 2 wounds +1 for every heart of the enemies you spend. If they are not defeated, take wounds as directed. Roll with a +1 on every attacking roll until the conflict ends.
Okay.
This is gonna keep happening.
Mhm.
I'm not sorry.
Don't be.
Okay, so then I want to say that so are your 2 wounds on one of them or one on each of them?
I think that she's gonna try to wound each of them because this
Okay.
she does want she's not necessarily going she didn't go into this with the intention of going into a blood rage, right? She
Right.
went into this with the intention of I can like fight them and I can distract them and everybody else can go. I think that was kind of where she was coming from. So
Okay.
that's why she attacked one and then the other because she knows like just attacking one leaves the other open to do something about it and she wants them both to kind of be like, ow, my face, at least for like a
Right.
few seconds, you know?
Right. Okay. Well, in that case, you are you're going to inflict 1 wound on each of them. One of them is knocked back against the door, but the other one, seeing what's happened to her companion, steps forward with her her sword and slices you like across the shoulder, and so you mark 1 wound.
Okay, so I'll mark 1
One
wound.
wound, one of your epithets is now worth -1.
So familiar ways is -1. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
With the blanks on there, are we supposed to fill in 2 more epithets?
No, not
Oh,
yet. What
epithet.
happens over the longer game is that you can gain new epithets.
Oh, okay. So these 3 are the ones we have, and then
Yeah.
Okay, great.
There's a thing in the game where you by doing the Defy the Gods move, you can get a doom, and that replaces one of your epithets. And when all your epithets become dooms, your character is a world force in its own right and can't be played anymore.
Cool.
It's
Oh,
anti-doom.
wow. Okay.
All right.
Good to know.
Yeah. So getting more epithets, which someone else can grant you when they get enough of your hearts, can extend your life, your playable life.
I
Cool.
love that.
Okay. So okay. So Millie has rocked back one of the guards against the still closed doors with a thump, and the other one has taken a slice out of her. Millie, who goes next in this context?
Who goes next?
Yes.
I think Millie kind of flinches. She doesn't yelp, but she flinches when she gets struck. And looks back to I think Dumus with kind of a like now's the time, like if you're gonna do something, do the thing, you know? Kind of vibe because she is still wearing a mask, so it's hard to like read expressions with that, but it's very much that's the vibe. that is being projected.
Okay.
Okay, awesome.
Well, in that case, I am going to step forward and, well, it's very appropriate. We are underground. This could easily be a catacomb. And therefore, I'm going to release the breath of the tombs inside of me.
Mm.
Lovely. Awesome.
Let's go.
So
Good.
that
This, however,
will.
does not smell like cinnamon.
Mhm.
No. So this is when you wish to breathe death on an enemy, invoke an epithet and roll. So I shall invoke that I will not be silenced again,
Awesome.
because now is the time. Like, we are, like, no one's gonna come and get me. However, I'm going to need some assistance here.
What are we at?
5 + 2 is 7.
I got you. I got you an assist.
Thank you.
So I think I'm going to like kind of lunge myself at the guards and kind of try to hurl one in Doom's direction. Get them closer.
Awesome. So, yes, as this guard comes like stumbling towards me, I will reach out and grab their wrist and pull them into me, put my face
Wow.
very close to theirs, and breathe on them. And
Awesome.
so on a glowing success, a fetid vapor passes from my lips, and that enemy chokes, taking 1 wound.
Okay. This guard collapses. They are either unconscious or dead, depending on basically your choice, but they are out of the fight. And so there's 1 guard left. Who goes next?
I'll go. So I don't know. I know that a lot of the playbooks have like a basic attack move. Mine I can't use unless I have a wounded epithet, and I don't.
Right. You can wound yourself though.
Oh, I didn't know I could wound myself. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
That's good. No, yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna do a little.
So for everybody else's sake, the vessel gets power from being harmed, and
Oh.
can, for the purpose of their immortal powers, their playbook moves, they can use a wounded epithet at its unwounded worth.
Okay.
But it has to be
nice.
wounded.
Very interesting.
How does wounding change the worth of it?
Well, normally being wounded changes its worth from whatever it was to -1.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
And that was the case for the vessel too, for the basic moves. But for their playbook moves, it becomes available to use for a playbook move.
Cool.
Oh, that's so cool.
That is really neat.
Yes. So
Thanks.
I will do that then. I'm going to wound. I'm gonna wound who does what their patron commands. So that still is at a +1, but I can now use that to invoke fury.
Yeah.
So
Awesome.
let's roll and see what that fury do. Oh, that's a 6 total.
Well, I can do a help to get it to
That'd be a
a
7.
7.
And then
I got a
what-
plus. I can give you a +1 because I got a heart on you too.
Okay.
Love it. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Awesome.
So on a glowing success, one of your patrons' domains erupts from your body in the direction you're facing. Everyone in your path marks 1 wound. If an enemy can reach you, take wounds as directed. So it's, again, kind of like what I did when Terrigan was going to almost overextend, and I sapped some of that desire.
Mhm.
I'm stealing this guard's wishes and dreams, and like through me, I'm feeding my paramour.
Wow. Okay. And
Oh, I love this. I think
does this look like Starlight? Does it look like a wolf?
So it's what it
carrying
looks
something
like
from them?
is it when I touch them, it starts off like starlight, and then
Uh-huh.
as it starts draining out, it becomes more wild-like and becomes more feral, and it goes from like this wispy blue silver to like this dark crimson red that
Mm,
kind of just goes into my chest to my heart, which is
Love it.
where
love it.
they are.
Is there a sound associated with this, like a wolf howl or anything like that?
It's you hear like the gnawing, like a wolf gnawing at a carcass. Like it's that kind of like feral feeding frenzy.
Wet
Oh.
crunching.
Mm-hmm.
I love
Wow.
that.
Awesome.
I love that so
Awesome.
much.
Mm.
I love this idea
Yeah.
that like the way that I assisted you
Mm-hmm.
was like, so I'm still putting off all of this like off-gassing spores. So the spores go in, and then as he exhales, what comes out is the hopes and dreams. And it's this like color changing kind of like amorphous mist situation. I love
Yes.
that. I love that so much.
And I think the way that Millie helps is, again, because the patron is this forest spirit that we have bonded over. The moment that she hears like that gnawing, she howls. Like she just lets out a howl.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
So
Love it. That's great. The guard collapses. First, you see the light of belief and hope go out of her eyes, and then her eyes flutter back in her head, and she collapses on the stair. It's up to you if she falls over the side into the water below, but she has collapsed.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Little sploosh.
Sploosh, sploosh.
With or without the will.
Well, she's passed out.
Oh,
no,
right,
she's
yeah.
unconscious. Yeah.
No scream. Okay.
And there's nobody standing between you and the doors. Do you
Um,
open them?
yeah, I thought,
Yeah, there we
could
go.
I take that moment like everyone's like doing a thing and I just sort of like walk through the mess and shove the doors open?
oh my
Love
god,
that.
Yeah.
Yes.
meant to envision because it's like chaos around you, but like freeze framed, and like you're just calmly walking through it.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Nice.
I
Yeah,
love that.
that's great. So then, push open these basalt doors, and there is um uh, a a priest of Aronu in a gold robe and a gold circlet, clearly the high priest of Aronu, and the high priestess of Nuda in a silver robe with a round moonstone pendant on her forehead, and they are together with a pair of poles that they put in through the chains. They are preparing to lift up this chained chest from the altar. Is the room exactly as you saw it? And standing behind the altar is the basalt statue, 20 feet tall, of Akibani, but there's more light in here now, and you can see that this statue has been vandalized, and there are chunks of basalt lying around the altar that have clearly been carved out of this statue. And as you all step in, you you see slink around from behind the statue is a shining golden lion with wings, and a silvery snow leopard, both very large, and they stand next to their respective temple adepts and growl low. What do you do?
Can I tell which one of them saw me in my vision?
Mm.
Yes, there's a flash of recognition from the priestess of Nuda.
Okay.
And she sets down her her ends of the two poles and says, "You blasphemer, heretic,
No. I am none of those things, and you know what I am. You have one chance to leave this room alive. Surrender, put the box down, and leave.
No, I don't think so.
Then
You
Atlantis,
who warp everything you touch.
Atlantis will punish you for this. I'd like to beseech a force.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Because I think in his, like, maybe misguided impression, but Tyrigan is essentially, he's like trying to learn everything he can from Atlantis because they allowed chaos. Like they had harnessed it and could use it in some way, but like they weren't afraid of it. And
Yeah.
so I think in that sense, that's what I'm trying to beseech is the legacy of Atlantis.
Awesome. Yeah. Go for it.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna use the Tyrigan, who wastes no time on fools. They are between me and a thing I want to learn from.
Awesome.
And I will beseech Atlantis to intervene.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
I love it.
That's 8, 9.
That's a glowing success.
All right.
Wow. All right. So the shades of lost Atlanteans appear before you and aid you for a price. Do you let them mold you, and in place of the epithet you invoke, write one that reflects their vision of you, leaving the worth the same, and taking a heart from one of them? Or do you give your allegiance and give your heart to an ally of theirs, or ask me for another price?
I like both of these, but I don't know what it means to be molded. Is there a list of like suggested epithets from this source, or
no,
you just come up with some
that's
shit?
not a bad idea. We'll in practice we would do this after the end of the session.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But you would know that it would be one that was like them the way Atlantis sees you.
Yeah.
You know, you the way Atlantis sees you.
I want to let it mold me because I am changeable, right? I embody change and fluidity. And if change is what chaos wants, I will change.
Lovely.
So good.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. And then you get a heart from an ally of Atlantis. So that could be a long dead Atlantean who can somehow help you, or more straightforwardly, it would be somebody in the city who secretly loves Atlantis like you do.
I like that there's a long dead Atlantean whose writings are like 30 or 40% of what I've consumed, right?
Yeah.
I found some hidden tomb of
Your
somebody
favorite
who
fucking
fucking wrote down everything, right?
Yes.
They liked your post.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
So yeah, this.
No, that's good. Because then you spend that heart or ask me to spend it for you, basically, to aid you, and it would be you remembering something they'd written.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, write down your favorite Atlantean author as one of the hearts you have. And
Well, it's
they
Stephen King because he wrote Hearts at Atlantean.
Okay.
So how did you want Atlantis to help you?
I don't know.
Okay. So
I
you were
want
just
to be
like
molded in a way that will let me take this box. Like that
Okay,
knowledge
so
deserves to be free. Like whatever is in there,
Yes. Okay. Yes. I love that. So this is clearly a secret, and information wants to be free.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Damn. So the chains spring off, and the the chest lid flies open, and the two large cats growl and back up when they see this, and the priest and the priestess are also amazed, and out of it tumbles a large basalt but very anatomically accurate stone heart, like
Oh.
2 feet long.
Oh,
on
wow.
the-
So, like, a big old
Yeah.
chunk statue thing. Okay. Or sculpture is what I meant to say.
Yeah,
Told you it
but
was a
actual
full body.
blood comes out of its severed aortas,
Woo.
severed arteries. I mean,
Wow.
That's so cool.
That's so fucking
So
cool.
metal. I mean,
Mhm.
stone, but metal.
Metal.
Yeah. Talk about being hard-hearted.
Oh, stone
So
heart.
cool.
So, yeah, the priest of Aronu says, you weren't supposed to see that. We can't let you leave here. We had to take out the heart of the god of transformation in order to put the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, and in order to stop change from ever happening again. You all look like champions of change and transformation, and now we have to let you. Now we can't let you leave here.
How
We're going to-
dare you? Yeah, I mean, I want to give everyone else a chance, but I'm like rising to my full height. It turns out he's quite tall. And just like my text is all glowing silver, like the Atlantean stuff, and just
Like an unrolling scroll, you get taller.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to. This is a mistake, but I'm going to do it
I
anyway.
love it.
I'm going to inflict another wound on myself.
Okay.
Awesome, love it.
And I'm gonna
This means that
inflict-
all your epithets are wounded at this point, right?
No, I only two.
Just two.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've only done one so far, so this is the second one.
Okay.
And
I
this
thought you had one wounded earlier, but no, you got a fire. Sorry.
yeah,
please
I
go
got
on.
fire. Woo.
Right.
So I am wounding who pursues a purer world. And I am going to show these fools, or I'm tempted to show these fools, the face and power of Killador.
Yeah.
So I am
Awesome.
invoking my token miracle, and I'm really gonna hope I roll in high enough to get a burning success.
Mm.
That's what I need.
Tell them.
Grab your hearts, people. Let's go.
Yeah.
Although this will actually, I can't. Well, hold on.
What?
No, I guess if I do this, then I will take a one wound. Then I will have a wound on everything, and that'll take me out of the scene. So
No, you only get taken out if you have to mark a wound after you.
Oh, then let's go.
everything.
Okay, we're
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Yes.
Oh, not boxcars.
No,
Not
D.
Hi.
With the
Oh
heart?
my god. That's
Oh.
awesome.
Dice
Awesome.
are weird.
Awesome.
All right, let's go. So on a
Awesome.
burning
So 14.
Success, 14.
Yeah.
On a burning success, mark one wound. Your face shows a glowing token of your patron, visible to their followers and enemies. They seek you out from near or far and respond as if you entice them with a burning success.
Awesome. Awesome.
Oh, that's
So,
so cool.
I think at this
So,
point, your
okay.
facade melts away.
Yeah.
And I have returned to what I looked like. There's a brief moment of like me before Killador turned. So you see me as like my shining star embodiment, and then you see it slowly turn into this avarice, the sickly, from silver and blue to this sickly red. And I'm speaking, it's giving very much Galadriel at the mirror.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's very, also love me and despair.
And instead you would have a queen.
It's giving very that.
Yeah.
You would
Awesome.
attempt to stop change. Change is inevitable. It is the gods' folly that they think they can keep change from coming. You shall know the name of desire. You shall know the name of avarice. It is Killador, shepherd of dreams, wolf of I lost it. Wolf of the hopeless wishes. All that you long for are now his.
Oh, awesome.
So I
Awesome.
don't know what that does,
Love
but it
that.
seemed cool as hell. So,
It is. It
No.
really is.
It's so fucking cool.
okay, so it's entice at a burning
yeah.
success.
Yes. So Killador's enemies are before you, and you have enticed them as if with a burning success. So, uh, so that means that you get a heart from the priest and the priestess, and um, they uh, uh, and either you fall for them. Well, first of all, you get a heart from them,
Mhm.
and they get uh, uh, they are willing to betray a world force for your sake.
Great.
But
Can
I
they
want to
both mark
say,
fire? Can they both mark fire?
I'm going to say also that they spark, that you have sparked sublime passion, and you have to mark fire twice.
That would be more than my fire track. So
Whoa.
let's go.
Yes,
Let's
right
go.
on. Defy the gods.
Defy the gods.
All right.
It's like
Let's
the
see.
best game show ever.
I know, right?
When you deal a humiliating blow to a mighty world force by filling your fire track or otherwise, first ask who among those present will stand with you. Then roll 2d6 plus fire. Only those who stood with you can make the influence move to adjust your result. So who stands with me?
And
I stand with you.
And he's like, eh.
Millie like hesitates for a moment because she's not sure. She like has to think about it there's like 30 seconds of time. Like
Sure.
it's not like she has a long ass think or anything. It's literally like this moment in time where she's debating like is this a god? I don't believe in the gods. They don't like me. I don't like them. But also she like harkens back to that moment in the glade that she had with Anorix and of talking about the forest spirit and what it meant to her clan and her people who are also on the god shit list. And she then like slowly by way of acquiescence howls. And because it's an echo chamber, because it's a cave, that howl fills that chamber.
Yes.
And I think you can, I think it seems for a moment at least like it's a much larger wolf howling. And some with fanciful imaginations might think that the torchlight is throwing the shadow of a giant wolf
Hell
on
yeah.
these tall walls.
hell yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I rolled 2d6 plus fire. So technically my fire is 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it 5? Yeah,
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
4.
Well, because
He had to
He
go
had
run over.
to.
Oh, if you wanted to do it that way, you can. Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Uh-oh.
Go big swing. Yeah.
Oh, no.
That sounds scary. But let's go.
Bring it.
It's a good thing I did because that's a 3 on the dice. So that is 5 plus 3, which is 8, which is a glowing success.
Yeah.
On a glowing success, you wound the world force, invalidating one of their epithets. Say how you stand proudly together. Then you and all who stood with you do the following. Lose your glory, returning to mere humanity. So I clear my fire track. Lose all leverage with the world force. Discard all hearts of theirs.
So if you had any, which you don't.
I don't.
Yeah.
Grow closer. You now have a total of 3 hearts from those who stood with you, and they have 3 hearts from you and from each other. So we're all just in a big old love pile.
Heart pile.
Heart pile.
The
Grow and
rehart.
change. Rewrite one of your epithets. Increase its worth by 1.
Mm.
So you all do this, and this means that let's see, who was it? Was it Anarix? Who were you the one flirting with the guard?
Yep.
So you would lose their heart because they're
Oh.
allied with,
Womp
because
womp.
the world forces that you're defying in this case are well, actually no,
Oh no,
you
because he
wouldn't lose
was.
that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the world forces you're defying right now are Aronu and Nuda.
Yeah.
So
Um,
it would
The
and
lose
priest
the
and the
hearts
priestess.
of
and
the priest
Sukkot.
and the priestess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. I'd love their
Um,
hearts anyway.
Oh, sure.
but all your fire tracks go to 0, and
Everybody fire tracks or just?
everybody's fire track.
Oh,
Okay.
ooh, I
Yeah,
was
it's
one
just
away
you and
from
all who
being
stood
filled
with
up.
you.
So
Same. Oh.
This seems like the climax of the night anyway. So then you uh, oh right, you invalidate an epithet of Aronu's and of Nuda's, and I think that, and of Sukkot's for that matter. I think it would be something along the lines of, bride and bridegroom of the gods or something. Uh, but you have, and you force them to give way. So the growling lioness with the wings and the snow leopard back off from you in this moment. From the four of you who are standing together like Ashitaka and San and Princess Mononoke at the end, uh, basically your own bonds and your humanity kind of for a moment outfacing the gods. What does that look like, Joey?
Ooh, so I think I mean, they were right when they came in, they said that we were agents of change. So I think it's almost like a cinematic moment where it's think, not to keep going back to Marvel and the Avengers, that's where my brain is apparently, but that big Avengers moment in New York where they're all like standing kind of circling each other and they go around.
Oh
yeah.
But it's kind of like that, but as it's going around, you see the room changing and you see the chaos of Atlantis flickering with the stars and the wolf of Quillador, and you see the revenant's spores and that kind of earthy moment kind of rise up to meet the stars, and you see the woods of the forest of Millie's home, and it's constant change, and it's one bleeding into the other, bleeding into the other, bleeding into the other, and until it evolves and it becomes almost one in a moment. So it almost creates an entire scene. So you get the stars above with the roots and the mushrooms and the spores from below in a wood, but also the waters of Atlantis like on the shore. So it's
that silvery,
creating this really, really cool cinematic
I
moment.
love that.
Tableau is what the word I was going for.
Nice.
One.
That's so
That's
cool.
great.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And I think that the light from this tableau outshines this shining golden lioness and shining silver snow leopard, and they growl, they back up, and then they bolt out the door, and you can hear them running up the steps along with the terrified screams of adepts that they find along the way. And there's this extended moment. I think the priest and the priestess also run off, and there's this extended silence and just a couple flickering braziers, and then there's a large basalt blackstone hand that comes down and grabs the heart and picks it up, still dripping blood, and there's a kind of scraping, chunking sound as this statue of Akibani putting their heart back in their chest. And it's still a big, open, like carved out with pickaxes kind of cavity, but looks down at all of you with blazing eyes for a moment, and there's kind of a grunt. And then the statue kind of stands back against the wall and stops being possessed by the god, and it just becomes a statue again.
That's cool as hell.
That's awesome. I love this.
Like,
Also,
you
we
did
should
me a
probably
solid. I'm
move.
not going to stomp you at this moment.
Mhm.
kind of
Yeah.
thing.
I definitely think that Millie would have been like super hostile though. Like she does not like she and the gods don't get along. So it would very much be if she had actually been a wolf, like ears back, like teeth bared, like
Mhm.
ready for a potential
Yeah.
Like,
I
I think
love
that
it.
there's,
whatever.
like, as this happens and as this transformation and as this defiance goes on, like the acolyte of, or the embodiment of Akabani persona has dropped away. Like the last of the clothes rot off. And
Oh,
yada, yada.
yeah.
And like
Yeah.
I go back
makes sense.
to the form that I have chosen, the form that I came back with, to look into the eyes of this god that, yes, we had to do this. No, it doesn't mean that you've won.
Nice. Love it.
Let me cue
Awesome.
up Taylor Swift's "We're Never Getting Back Together." And we'll
Yes.
Like, ever. That's so good. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, I think the rest is denouement. Is there any epilogue scene that anybody wants to narrate about their character with or separately the other characters?
I was just gonna add before we leave the room that, like, kind of make eye contact with the god, like, remember, you needed our help.
Oh, yes. Totally.
the
Yeah. Yeah. That's and maybe that's when they give the grunt. You're like,
Mm.
Mhm.
I like that. I think that, so the Midsummer Festival goes on, and
Mhm.
since Millie seems to be open to some new experiences, I have this friend who would be happy to like go through some of those experiences with you if you were open to this aspect of change.
Sort of a practical mating experience.
with
Just-
another human.
I'm not, I mean, yeah, like
They won't break, right?
Don't
I
throw
think
them.
that that's a
Sorry.
conversation that y'all should have together
Oh,
that I'm not going to be a part of.
right. Okay.
And
Yes.
you have fun with this aspect of change.
Okay. And she gets all excited. And I think I just wanted to add one last thing. Like after like the god thing in the scene, Millie would have done the classic like dog shake. I
Nice.
shake myself off. That was terrible. But like,
Yeah.
and like you have the jingling and stuff. But like, yeah, in this scene specifically, I guess I'm gonna like, she's like, I think that like this is a person who maybe is non-binary. Like they're not, they don't present any particular way. But she does walk up to them and she's like, she like kind of sniffs them. Like it's very weird because she approaches it the way like wolves would normally like approach each other, but and then she ends up like after this like sort of odd introduction, she says, "Don't worry." She puts a hand on their shoulder and says, "Don't worry, I'll be gentle."
And
I
like
love
they
that.
they sort of turn over their shoulder and look at Dumuz with this slightly panicked, slightly excited look, like,
Have fun.
Yeah, walks away, terrified.
I'm sure it'll be great.
It's so good.
So good.
And then I go off to experience my own sense of freedom.
Mm.
Woo!
Party time.
Alex?
I think there's a brief moment as we're leaving the temple, because I'm no longer in the form that guard was enticed with. I can't leave him with this desire without any way to fulfill it. So I think as we walk by, I take the desire
Oh.
Oh.
and take it with
sad.
me. And it's a sad moment, but I kind of keep it, and then I release it later that night when I fall asleep, when I get to see Coolador again.
Oh, wow. That's
Kinky.
tidy.
There, I
Um,
brought you this.
I brought you a doggy bag.
Yeah.
it's a mercy kill. It's like
Oh,
a
geez.
desire.
Yeah.
Like but I like that you didn't leave them hanging, you know.
Mhm.
Like, no, you're just
Yeah,
not
that would have
gonna
been
have that
cruel.
anymore.
Yeah.
Not like stealing their desire is cruel in a different way.
Well, I mean, it was a desire you put there,
Right.
and then
Right,
They were holding on to it for me, and I picked it
yeah,
back
like here,
up.
hold this.
Yep.
You could say that you giveth and you taketh away, but is that
Yes.
There you
no.
go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much. You're a blast.
Thank you.
This was so much
That was
fun.
so much
This
is
fun.
so
Really had such a
fun.
great time.
Chris, do you want to
Oh,
tell the
glad.
people where they can find your game?
Yeah.
Any of that
Yeah.
information?
Yeah, I am kickstarting it in March, on March 15th, and I was March 1st, but it's March 15th because I'm everything takes longer than you think it will.
And it'll be
But
the Ides of March.
yes,
Yeah.
and so you can find me at hecticelectron.com, and there is a page there with a link to the quick start beta. All the more updated rules that we played with tonight are a little bit updated from that. And you can also sign up for my newsletter there, called the Everlasting Never Ending Game Night. That is where I am keeping people up to date about the game. I am going to launch I'm going to go live with a pre-launch page any day now, where you can actually sign up, and if you want to, where you can pledge $1 to get the, a set of dice at a lower cost, in exchange for, sort of putting up $1 up front. But anyway, all of that is at my website, hecticelectron.com.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Game.
Vixie, where can the people find you?
Once again, the curse of being first. Hey everybody, my name is Vixie Bell, and you can find me here at the Happy Jacks table, where we play Die the RPG sometimes, some days when the stars align. I love you all. Anyway, so but anyway, and you just saw me here tonight. I'm also over at the Pocket Dragon Pub where I play and run games. You can find me there as well, and you can find me on social media either at the Pocket Dragon Pub or at Vixie Bell or at Vixie Bell Cosplay. One of those 3 places you'll find my happy little face. Yeah, and that's what I got. So I'm gonna throw the ball over to Pooja.
Hi, I am Pooja. You can find me on the internet as Forgotten Saves. And if you want to hear me play more TTRPGs, I'm all over the Happy Jacks back catalog. I am on the 12-Sided Stories back catalog, and I have a couple of projects coming out very soon with Queen's Court Games.
Oh,
Nice.
cool.
Yeah, I'm really excited about them. We got a little fun like urban fantasy magic stuff going on with a Unknown Armies campaign, and then a Trail of Cthulhu scenario. So
Cool.
get my horror chops in.
Very cool.
Love it.
Hey everybody, I'm Joey, and I shall remain Joey in the foreseeable future, at least until the Fae take me away. So you can catch me on all the socials at Feywild, FEYWILDE, or FEYWILDE85. I am here every Tuesday playing Mouse Ritter. What about Bob? So you can see me be the cutest little mousy wannabe hero who's gotten his shit kicked in almost every game. It's great. But however, we won't be in next week. We are taking a week off because we're all dealing with the fires. So we're going to take that week and kind of regroup, and then we are going to be back the following week. But other than that, check my socials because the new season of Drag Race just started, and I have a lot of opinions. So here we go. That's it. That's all I got.
Cool.
Oh, and real quick before we wrap up, I just wanted to say one of the organizations that's doing a lot of work around the fires is World Central Kitchen.
Mm.
And they have set up like meal distribution stations around both the Eden Fires and Palisades. And as Palisades gets bigger, those move. You can check if you're in the Los Angeles area, you can check for the World Central Kitchen's website. They have locations listed there. And if you are not in the Los Angeles area, it's a great place that could really use your support, not just for the Los Angeles fires, but also different events around the world.
Yeah.
I do want to point out also there's another organization that's doing a lot of work with the fires called Direct Relief.
Mhm.
They are a vetted company, and a lot the money that you donate to them will go directly to those affected by the fires. You can also go to GoFundMe. They have assembled a page of they've all been validated of people who are running GoFundMes because, as you know, fires are devastating. People lose their homes as well. So those are all pages that you can look at and donate to if you have the spare and you are not obviously in LA but still want to help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And especially with the GoFundMe's, like getting the word out also does a lot. So if you can share those links.
Yeah, it's free to share.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
I'm Jason. You can follow me at It's Probably Okay on Twitch and Blue Sky, where I stream video game stuff for the most part, although Sam DeLev and I are going to turn our Friday stream into a game design stream. Something I've been working on. They came on board, and we're going to sort of co-design it in the open of just like, here's the design process. What do you think? And on Saturday, the 25th January, we will be starting. And honest to God, look, just because it's got some house rules, it's Dungeons and Dragons, baby. It is. It is.
Oh.
It is. We're going to be playing Dungeons and Dragons, the 2024 edition, Jason's edition of the rules.
Okay.
It's D&D 2024 a la Jason.
And I'm making like
Okay.
3 very specific mods to the game. It's not just loosey-goosey all over the rules,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Mhm.
No, I'm doing it on purpose,
Uh-huh.
okay?
I'll hold my breath.
I love how we
okay.
all give the same look. Like,
That's not that the point of this game is I want to show that D&D works okay, make a couple little tweaks. You don't have to throw it all out.
Mhm.
Now, look, we're also not shilling for WotC, Wizards of the Coast, shits the bed regularly. So we're not saying go buy the book, but there's a bunch of free stuff out there. And as far as the system goes, it's my favorite fantasy tactical simulator.
I also think it's really fun. It's going to be a lot of, like, obviously, I'm biased. I think the table's going to be great.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Dion
so
is one of my favorite people. I'm excited to
Yeah,
play with him again.
Pooja and Dion are in it. It's going to be a lot of fun. We also have names have just flown out of my head.
We have Sam, who is Samantha,
Yep.
who is going to be part of the table as well, and Jay,
Jay, yes.
who out of the entire Happy Jacks crew, I don't know anyone who knows D&D better than Jay does.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, and that was the other thing is we specifically wanted to have like a professional D&D person in case I get something wrong or whatever that wasn't meant to be tweaked. So, and also just to get that feel for it. So it's honestly going to be a good time. It is actually like we're going to be as close to Dungeons and Dragons minus these little tweaks as we can be. And also, if you're a fan of Baldur's Gate 3, we were picking up after the events of that and entering the Astral Sea in the context of the War on Vlaakith. Spoilers for
fun.
a 1.5-year-old video game.
This is great. No, I love it. I'm
It's going to
excited.
be so good.
But yeah, it's going to be a good time. So yeah, tune in and check us out doing that. And I think that's pretty much everything for us.
Yep.
Okay, Chris, any last words?
Cool. No, thank you all for playing Defy the Gods.
Oh yeah, thanks for coming. That was
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
Had such a great experience.
Awesome.
All right.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.